our conference. I hope you enjoyed the first day and had a restful night. I would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation forms by the end of the conference and hand it to my colleague at the registration desk. Your feedback is very important to us, and it enables us to improve our future events and services. During the next week, you will receive a link with all the presentations. And if you have anything you would like to discuss with us, do not hesitate to speak to me or my colleagues. Today, our chairman is Aurelio Blanquet. That's all for me. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Aurelio, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you back to this second day of our conference. And without more delays, yesterday we have a very interesting day of work. And today we will restart talking about cyber resilience, I would say, in the world of renewables. We will talk from collaborative projects to the supply chain cybersecurity, and we will touch back again on cybersecurity certification. And so, without more delays, I will invite to the stage Boy Tranum. I hope I'm saying it well.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you very much, Boy. The stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, fellow cybersecurity warriors. It's early morning. It's a tough start after yesterday. I'm going to use my slots this morning to talk about an initiative called OT Cybersecurity for Offshore Wind. And what is that, and why are we doing that, and who's involved in it, and what is going to be the results. First of all, a few words about myself. I work for a company called DNV, more precisely in the part called DNV Cyber. I have 25 years in Norwegian Defence in uniform, focusing on information quality and cybersecurity. And now 20 years in DNV focusing on OT cybersecurity. So this has been my life for a while. And now I'm going to talk to you about this initiative that we are starting up together with Siemens Energy. Actually, it was a joint initiative between Siemens Energy and DNV Cyber to start this, and it has started. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about which problem are we trying to solve with a joint industry project like this. Isn't this already solved? Do we need yet another corporation to do something here? I will come into a little bit about the rationale from our side. Why do we launch this? Why do we think this is a good idea? Who are participating in this JIP, Joint Industry Project? What are the progress and what are the deliverables? And a little bit of a sneak peek. Where are we today? What have we produced so far? Let's see where we go in these 25 minutes. So what are the objectives of this? And then I will comment that. The objective is to strengthen the industry's cybersecurity for the future. Everybody's doing that. We are all doing that. We would like to bring energy industry stakeholders together to develop recommended practices to address a broad industry need for OT cybersecurity, and in this case, in the offshore wind setting. And we are there addressing the urgent need for clear, comprehensive guidelines, and underline clear, comprehensive guidelines tailored to the evolving cyber threat in the offshore wind sector. And then everybody says, well, don't we have the standards enough to do that? We have a lot of standards. The challenge with the standards we have is that they need to be interpreted. And we need, every different stakeholders are interpreting the standards slightly differently. We are using slightly different terminology, and that causes unnecessary delays and unnecessary cost increase. So this joint industry project is trying to pull together the stakeholders to develop a practical guidance on how to do cybersecurity for OT in the offshore wind. Standards usually tells you what to do, not that frequently how to do things. So we're trying to pull that together to create a common interpretation, what needs to be done, how. And we're going to deliver a how-to guide, which enhances the interpretation of the standards we have out there. And you can see IEC 62443 is going to be the basis of this. That's a very good standard for OT, but it needs to be interpreted. And it's getting old. Part of IC 62443 has been around for a long, long time. So we need to kind of enhance that a little bit. So that is why we're pulling stakeholders together to see if we can make a more practical practical guide for that. So the rationale behind this, why offshore wind? Why not wind? Well, 2 words about my organization, DNV Cyber. You saw this from Gennady yesterday. He also from the same company. We are a small part of this international corporation. We are totally global, 17,000 employees, placed in 100 countries, more or less. The cyber part is its footprint mostly in Europe. So our motivation to do this, to make this a joint industry project, is that our vision as a company is to be a trusted voice. DNV is a slightly different company. We don't provide solutions. We don't sell you systems or equipment. We are an assurance company, very much like Bureau Veritas, which is also here. So we recognize the needs to align and harmonize, terminology and interpretations of standards in order to improve our performance and reduce cost. There is a little bit more to it than that. Why do we handle this for the electricity part of our energy providers? Let's have a little bit of an analysis of what goes on in the energy market in the next decades. This is from our latest energy transition outlook, and I will show you some graphs. What is going to happen in the energy world? It's quite astonishing. From now until 2060, this is the total energy production and consumption globally. As you can see, wind is on the top providers, solar, hydrogen, bioenergy, thermal, natural gas, oil, and coal. This is the prognosis of what's going to happen in the energy production and usage in the world. Look at it, it peaks in 2036. Why is that? The world's population is definitely not going down, but we are going more and more over to electricity. It's a more efficient way of producing and distributing energy, and we are getting more clever in rationalizing the use of energy. So energy saving initiatives is the two contributors to why the world's energy picture looks like this. Do you think 2050 is far off in the future? Okay, most of us remember the year 2000. It's not that long ago. 25 years in the other direction is 2050. This is not that far in the future. And the transformation is going to be massive. This is just a big picture. One more graph. 79% of the global electricity will come from solar and wind in 2060. Nearly 80% of all electricity produced and used in the world will come from these two sources. It's a dramatic increase. Even if this is wrong by 10%, it's exponentially massive. Look at the graphs, how fast wind and solar grows as the main producing entities. So the global electricity share from electricity will double until 2060 compared to oil and gas and others. Solar and wind will stand for 79%. This will have an extraordinary impact on the grid, and a lot of people are talking about what happens in the grid in the future. How are we going to handle this? It's completely different. Look at the wind then, what we're talking about today. Wind capacity triples from today until 2040. 2040, that is 15 years or 14 years. That's not long. I remember the last 14 years very, very well. I probably have the same car I bought 14 years ago. So it triples from today. What does that mean? Well, this is a business to be in, and we need to protect it. And it's so important to protect our energy production and distribution because that's the key in society. If society doesn't get energy, it halts completely. We saw that this summer in Spain and Portugal. So we can't afford to hamper with that. It's going to be a tool for those who want to harm us. It's the most important thing they can do to destabilize society is to halt power distribution. Okay, and it has a massive impact on the grid. The grid is set to grow 2.4 times by 2060, and you can have a closer look at this graph later. It's broken down into different regions in the world with the different colors, and the transmission part on the left and the distribution part on the right. So I have a doubt that the world is able to produce enough stuff to do this. Do we have enough cables and steel to do this? I'm not sure. And what happens with all the renewables, wind and solar? We need batteries. And we see that the battery technology will take over as the main means to flexibility, more than hydro. And this is broken down in different regions in the world. As you can see, Europe to the left, and the Greater China and the US, or the rest of the world to the right. So the lithium-ion battery technology will kick off dramatically. This includes electrical vehicles. The mechanism to use electrical vehicle as a battery buffer in our energy storage capacity globally will grow. We don't have the technology now, but the batteries in electrical vehicles will be part of this battery technology. Okay. That's how the energy world looks like. So this is an exciting place to work. And we all work in this society, all of us, we know that. So who are participating in this JIP and Joint Industry Project to do this? These are the companies that have joined so far. EDF Renewables, Skynet, Ørsted, BP's offshore wind renewable part, Scottish Power, Siemens Energy, and us. We are still in the infancy of this initiative, and we are also talking with these companies, which you probably have heard about before. And we believe there will be those companies plus a couple of more that will join this initiative. And I say join this initiative, what are we going to do? So, and when are we going to do it? We have some work packages. We have a work breakdown structure, you can say. We have 6 different tasks. With the 7th, we should call task number 0. And the task number 0 is actually just to write the offshore wind project life cycle. What does a life cycle for an offshore wind initiative look like? Do we have the same terminology, the same names of the activities that goes on in a life cycle? Then we go further into the cyber part and look at the cybersecurity blueprint, architecture blueprint. We're going to handle things like recommended cybersecurity requirements, cybersecurity governance across life cycles and across phases. The supply chain and the delivery process is going to be a topic, and also cybersecurity risk management framework, how we tie that into the other risk management framework that companies are using. So it's going to be included in the current risk management framework. And all of this is going to be assembled into a how-to guide, more practical, tangible, usable by all stakeholders. And the timeline is something like this. We plan to do this in 2026, finish at the end of the year. That's a good timeline. Everything is going on in parallel. So this is just starting, right? We are in the green arrow as we speak. We have started with looking at the life cycle. And why did we need to do that? When we ask different organizations, what is your picture and description of a life cycle in an offshore wind project? It differs. It differs between all stakeholders. They have slightly different ways of telling it, that story. So we need to have one common understanding on what goes on when. So we started on that. Let's have a sneak peek on what we have done so far in this phase 0 before we actually start. Boundaries. We need to agree on boundaries. Where are the boundaries where we are playing? And this is kind of one view of the boundary. We're taking everything from the control station onshore and all offshore installations and communication between. When it comes to control, not the electrical cables per se, not the electrical distribution, but all the control part. System boundaries, we can look at, there are many ways of looking at boundaries, right? And this is kind of two different ways of looking at boundaries. System boundaries, from the control center all the way to the offshore installations, the field sites, down to the PLCs. Organization boundaries, who are we doing this for? Which stakeholders are we going to take into the account here? Of course, the asset owner, product suppliers and producers, the OEMs, system integrators are important, and EPC contractors, and they're definitely a target here, and also our maintenance providers and maintenance service providers in the operational phase. We're not focusing here on the regulators and the grid authorities. This JIP is not particularly for them. It's for those in the red box here more. And of course, when you look at a life cycle, everybody is depicting a life cycle, and we see that all phases have the same length. It doesn't. The operational phase is 30, 40, 50 years, and the project phase is 5 to 10. So the operational phase is important, and that will change over time. I don't know how the operational phase will look like in 2050, so we need to kind of take that into account as well. Okay, some more results. I talked about the life cycle description. We collected life cycle description, not focusing on cybersecurity, but what goes on in the life cycle throughout all the phases for all stakeholders involved in the JIP so far. We all had different descriptions. Slightly different terminology. The overarching description is very similar, but when it goes down into details, we use different terminology and we split it up differently. That makes it difficult. That creates misunderstandings between stakeholders. So that is why we need to align this better. And this is, you're not supposed to read this. It's, as you can see, it's not readable. It will be one of the deliverables from this JIP. It tells you about the life cycle phases. What do we call them? When do they happen? Typical duration, how long do they take? It varies a lot, but we need to have kind of a common understanding of that. Activities, what kind of activities goes on, and who are the stakeholders? Without only looking at cybersecurity. We need to have this common understanding. Then we go over to the cybersecurity part. What kind of OT cybersecurity activities goes on in that life cycle? Could be depicted like this, on a very high level. This is not also supposed to read this because it's too detailed, and it will be one of the deliverables on a page. What goes on? The life cycles on the top. Cybersecurity activities. What goes on in the cybersecurity? Something happens all the way in all phases, and who are the stakeholders when it comes to OT cybersecurity? We need this as a backdrop in order to create commonality. So that was 20 minutes of this joint industry project. It's still time to be a part of this. The door is still open. It's a joint initiative with stakeholders. There's room for more. We would like all different stakeholders to be part of this because that makes the results even better. And always when I have a couple of minutes left in my presentation, since I was an officer for 25 years, I need to remind you all that cybersecurity is war. It's nothing less, it's nothing else. There's a wise man 2,500 years ago wrote The Art of War, Sun Tzu from China. That was long before cyber was a problem. But he said some clever things that applies to us. He said, know thyself, know the enemy. How do we translate that into the cyber world today? The importance of preparation, which begins with identifying business-critical assets and understanding to prioritize risk. That's what it means. That applies for us too in cyber. He said something else. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. Taste that one. Oh, how a business responds to incidents is what will determine its cyber resilience. Not only the protection, mind you, you need to be able to get back into normal operation as quickly as possible. And the last one that applies very well to us is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Try not to fight the enemy. Lead the enemy into the place where you are strong, and then you will win. Don't lead them into your weak points. Lead them into your strong points. And our adversaries in cyber are our enemies. So that's kind of, it also applies for us. So guys, cybersecurity, risk management, learn more from military operations than rather from traditional risk management. Risk management yearly wheel, that do an assessment yearly, is not good enough. This is to understand the operational picture and understand the theater of war. 1 minute left. Thank you.
Thank you. So time for
Any questions?
1 or 2 questions. One question from Damien, please.
Thanks for the presentation, very interesting. As you showed on the beginning, the first phase is to define the boundaries, but also as shown, you have many different parts, and I understand you go to from primary substations down to the wind, but primary substation are project by itself that you can find in many different phases, many different situations. I mean, do you intend to provide your guidelines also on subparts of the project, or only for the global, that we could reuse on other contexts? Exactly. Just for, because a primary substation is...
It's the same. Very good point. I talk about offshore wind. It could just as easily be onshore wind, because it's basically the same equipment. The only thing that is different in offshore is offshore. Same equipment, same target. The substations are the same all over. So yes, but we need to bring them into the boundary, within the boundary, because it belongs into the total offshore wind park in order to deliver electricity into the grid. Yeah, it can be reused. It can be this guideline will be able to be reused in onshore wind and for dedicated substations. The whole idea is to create commonality, common interpretations, based on the best standard we have, IEC 62443. So I think you're right. Your observation is correct.
Thank you. Adam?
Is it a commercial venture as well? So you've got a collaboration of these, very highbrow organizations coming together, but is the idea that you'll actually make money from giving advice from the guide? Or are you doing it just
it's a pay-to-play club. There's a participation fee.
I understand that.
This is a zero game. There's no business in it. But this is our kind of task in the world, to deliver these recommended practices. And in the end, we as a company will provide or issue a recommended practice. So this how-to guide will be an open recommended practice, free to use for everybody in the world.
Okay, that was the question really.
That's the result in the end. In the meantime, the participants will have a kind of a head start.
Yeah.
Right?
Any other question?
Yes.
Okay.
My friend in the back. I guess you are from Schneider Electrics, right?
That's correct. So, one of the things that's really starting to become more and more prevalent in the world today, yes, there are the standards out there that are moving us forward and helping us define what the word cybersecurity means. But now governments of the world are starting to inject themselves into the conversation. And I don't mean participating at the standards level. I mean creating regulations, creating legislation. Do you have any regulatory influence that's pushing you? You have this joint group that's coming together. You're self-regulating yourself right now, but do you have governmental regulatory influence that's affecting you?
compliance is a big part of this. We need to be able to be compliant with all the regulations.
With the existing
However, but this is an industry initiative because we see the value to become more streamlined and efficient. At the same time,
It's a good way to keep the regulators off your backs, is to self-regulate yourself.
But it has to be, meet the regulations which are coming in abundance. Way too much regulations, and they are over, we heard that yesterday from the European Union. There's so many regulations. You need a full-time employee just to understand the regulations coming.
Or department, like
Or
Schneider Electric
departments,
has.
yeah, or a whole department, yeah. So that is a challenge.
Just for cyber regulation.
Just for cyber regulations. However, as I also say, if you are cyber secure, you are usually compliant. But if you are compliant, you are not necessarily cyber secure.
Right.
Right. So if you aim high, your compliance is easy to get.
Thank you.
Any other question? So if no more questions, I ask you for a great applause. And thank you. So moving forward, I will like to invite to the stage Léon Gérard. I thought I saw him. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. So maybe while we are waiting, I have only one question to you, Boy. I fully support the idea. I always like to see joint projects initiatives, namely when they came from the industry. And it makes all sense. And I totally identify with you when you make this call for joining. It's the same I did yesterday. I fully understand the need of calling our industrial partners to join us. But what intrigues me a little bit is, I fully agree, but why we didn't saw this kind of initiatives when we talk about the onshore wind, for instance? We saw from your figures that it will rise as much, if not even more than the offshore wind. But why does this initiative coming from the offshore wind?
Well,
Any
yeah.
special requirements on cybersecurity or?
As I said, it could easily be onshore wind we are focusing on, but we targeted offshore wind because it's more complicated. It's always remote, and it's kind of definable. Yeah, we could have solved this a long time ago, but the world is evolving. Now we see the need in order to be more streamlined, and we targeted offshore wind. We could have said wind initiatives, right? But we are targeting offshore wind. Of course, yeah. Many people says we have the standards, so why do you do this? Why do you bother? Well, the standards are not enough. We need to do even more. So yeah, that's where we landed at.
Okay, thank you. So, Jérôme, be welcome. And do you want my mic?
Sure. We can walk around a little bit. Thank you. Yesterday I arrived late, and so I put my hand up during one of the Q&A sessions. So if you were not here, I'm an engineer from Canada. We were talking about the need for cybersecurity, insurance, and what is going to be the event that motivates the industry in order to have the imperative to change cybersecurity for the better rather than on the price. And we had an insurer in our boardroom in Amsterdam today and yesterday, and they said, what it's going to take is for a little girl to die. He was talking specifically on the insurance for batteries, home batteries that have basically a thermal runaway if there's a failure. And he insures and did not want to insure home batteries in the home, but outside the home, they thought that they could afford the risk and manage the risk for that. I'm a systems design engineer, Waterloo Engineering in Canada, and I wear a ring, the iron ring, to basically symbolize my responsibility as a professional engineer not to build a system that kills people. If I am a whistleblower, if someone bought some iron and made a bridge and it was improperly tempered, and as an engineer, that was cheaper, then the bridge could fall down. It might take 30 years for the bridge to fall down, but eventually it would fall. That would be more than the tragedy of the commons. This could be a real tragedy for whoever was on the bridge or around the bridge. We are here in this industry with a very fast-growing industry. Bridges are being built, roads are being made, and these roads are bidirectional. It used to be a push technology in this industry. If you could advance the slide. We had centralized systems, and the energy was pushed down a very thin wire to your home, 120 volts or 220 volts. And we are in this gold rush. And our business proposition is we are selling pickaxes and shovels to you in the industry because there's problems to be solved. You need to be efficient at doing things. You want to mine this energy boom, but you don't want to kill people along the way, and you don't want to kill yourself. Whether you're a director and you have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the assets under your management are secure and that they're intrinsically safe. How do you sell your technology? How do you sell your services around the technology? How can you make certain from first principles that the infrastructure that you install is cyber safe? And with quantum coming along and AI, how can you even say that you're going to be quantum safe? If anyone in the room wants to have that dialogue, we can talk over coffee. So if you go to the next slide, we're all here because we have first principles thinking in mind. How can we make this happen? And I put my hand up yesterday and I said, we already have the technology. It's a commodity technology. Everyone with a smartphone has a security element in their phone. It's the SIM card. And you can pass this around because this is commodity technology. It's basically $2 in hardware and maybe $2 in software inside that chip. So it's notionally a $5 bill of material to go into a device. From first principles, we can use standards that are already a commodity. Hundreds of billions of SIMs are out there, and they manage your SMS, they manage the billing hook, TCP/IP packets are cyberly wrapped up in a VPN tunnel, and they deliver messages to your phone. They can also deliver instruction messages for an active appliance at the edge of a grid. They're already made to be bidirectional and to be managed over the air. So this is commodity technology. We're very well known. And what we're doing as a company is to put this secure element in a solar panel, in a gateway, into the batteries, past the inverter, and eventually into the AC side of the loads as well. Because the whole industry needs to work together, but they need a fundamental layer, a metadata layer, that can orchestrate and architect cybersecurity day zero. It has to be built into the appliance, and there has to be an imperative that this is done from first principles. So next slide, please. So what do? We deliver little heartbeats of truth from the solar panel every 30 seconds. The metadata flows with the energy to the inverter, and the inverter works with a gateway. These inverters are getting more intelligent, as you know. They all have a TCP/IP address. They might have a Wi-Fi portal, and we talked about Wi-Fi passwords being breached on the dark web. I could just do a brute force hack of your Wi-Fi password. I don't need to go to the dark web. I can just run a laptop close to your Wi-Fi point and just brute force discover the password. We need extra wrappers of security around Wi-Fi passwords and infrastructure. The technology is there. We don't need to bring defense technology to the grid, but we do have a very soft underbelly in the grid. Anyone with a laptop and a bit of motivation can get to any piece of copper or a little bit of Wi-Fi or even Bluetooth and penetrate this system and create all kinds of mischief. We thought the Iberian Peninsula was a cyber hack. I too have my hand up saying I think that was a cyber hack. It turned out to be some perturbation at the end of the grid that caused a cascading set of problems. And in South Australia, we had the same problem happen. We're an Australian company. We had the same down point with renewables impacting the grid in SA. And monitoring is really critical to manage the edge, manage devices at the edge in a bidirectional way. We're going to have distributed intelligence. We won't have people behind a console monitoring the grid. We're going to have robots monitoring the grid at the edge. Next slide, thank you. So this is about the resiliency and how from first principles you can use technology that has now been proven. Bitcoin and blockchain are out there now for commodity access. Regulators have now wrapped their minds around this and they understand how it can be used. We can digitize assets and turn a solar park into a green bond that gives a programmatic yield to a participant by holding a token on a blockchain. But from first principles, if you do not do this from day zero in the design of your infrastructure, then you are chasing text files from smart meters to try and give a signal of how much use of that asset was at the edge, what were the losses in between, and what was actually exported to the grid as a functional load satisfaction. So this services mix that we're trying to architect has to be next gen. It has to be secure day zero. It has to incorporate bidirectional messages and the concept that robots will manage the grid, thousands of robots. And this is fundamentally the challenge to the industry. We need to have first principle thinking, and we need to have the engineering and physical legal disciplines to do it from day zero and have the proper penalties for directors and for financiers and for operators to have the alignment. What is their responsibility from the edge to the management to the delivery in the marketplace? Thanks a lot. One more. So we've been working with Solar Power Europe. We've been part of their workshops on cybersecurity. There was a harmonization paper that we contributed to. And from first principles, we've seen the vendor soup that someone like a Schneider has to try and orchestrate for their customers. Siemens has tried to do this from their own first principles and their own very large fleet of appliances and devices out there. And they have a legacy problem. This innovator's dilemma of when do I switch to a new architecture? I have all these devices in the field, and how am I going to convince my customer that I need to move forward to the next paradigm? And Siemens and Schneider are challenged by this, but new players are also being swamped by Chinese vendors that dump product in a market. It has a password, notionally called password, as their security paradigm, and people are self-installing these on their home, let alone getting a Sparky to try and install it as quickly as possible so we can go to the next customer. So Solar Power Europe has defined the problem. There is definitely an integration of both OT, the operational technology, and the IT, the information technology networks. And this architecture has to be secure plumbing from point to point to point through a mesh. And this is our influence on the market. We're dealing with thought leaders that are in Germany, thought leaders that are in Italy, and we're also working with legal experts to try and package a solution so that we can deliver a total solution. And right now it's starting to be a consultative approach, but a project win becomes a design win that we can feed back to the industry as a standards enablement that can become repeatable business for all of us. We want to tread safely in the future. So if we go to the next slide, we can talk about what we do. Conceptually, all we really do, like Digital Dolby, we tokenize the MP3 file, we deliver it to your iPhone, and we get paid per click. When you click on a music title, we just get a little clip of the ticket. Everyone in the ecosystem still gets to deliver their music, enjoy the curation of a playlist on Spotify, and orchestrate the party of the playlist at the beach or your poolside by securely listening to the playlist that suits the day, toasting the sun. We're doing the same thing. We're digitizing solar panels. The electrons are wrapped up in an IP wrapper at a gateway. We manage the asset at the edge using advanced edge compute. And we have a harvest of machine learning insight and AI insights at the gateway that becomes a marketplace for data. Data drives this new technology paradigm. Data will tell us what the software should do. The AI LLMs are now so intelligent, if we show them the cascading data sets on a solar park, voltage, current, and temperature, the LLMs will program the dashboard for us. We can vibe code what will be important to the owner-operator, to the O&M maintenance provider, to the investor. So it's not so much the sophistication of the actual application anymore. The data will drive the narrative on what the user wants to see. But at the source, it needs to be properly encrypted, properly wrapped up with security, and from first principles be secure. And into the future, it needs to be programmed and upgradable over the air so that everyone is safe, from factory floor to field deployment to actual recycling of the solar panels later. So this is really the paradigm that we think we've solved. We've been trading in our business for 6 years. We need and we are looking for partners in order to embrace this. And we have sample product, we have OEM engagement, but we're looking to challenge the industry, both the data providers like DNV, the solar forecasters, Solcast, and others, and also the quality and safety assurance providers like BV. There is a whole range of services that everyone needs to come to this smorgasbord of data and provide a services mix that we can all win, win, win. That's really the presentation. It's been 9.5 minutes. Go to the next slide. And that's it. Any questions? We got one. Got a mic coming. Cool.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting conversation. I think you put it right, saying that the data is critical that the AI would not provide by itself. So, did you thought about kind of adapting this to other production than solar?
Yeah, so the sensor is really technology agnostic. All of industry is running sensors on SCADA systems, OT, and these sensors do not have a trust element built inside them. So if you're going to have robots walking around a factory floor, you want to make sure the data cannot be poisoned, it cannot be intercepted during path. No one's creating mischief to send your robot walking, out the factory to another depot rather than what he should be doing with a Tesla truck. So yes, we can put it into wind, we can put it into hydro. It really is a sensor technology, but it's a new trust paradigm that is available. It's commodity technology, but it has to start at the edge, where the actual device is, to have a holistic kind of engineering design service first. We were talking yesterday where you said, we've made some quick fixes, but I'm not satisfied, right, that it's ready for prime time.
And another, maybe I didn't understood all the details, but it's normal, great presentation. But you said using blockchain,
yeah,
and blockchain needs a share of the data,
yeah,
to improve confidence. So is it a signified only blockchain platform, or is it shared, and with what kind of partnership?
So there's many blockchains in the world, and Bitcoin was the first one. Bitcoin became blockchain with Ethereum. Another Waterloo engineer was the founder of Ethereum. Blockchains basically were using energy, burning energy, to create an economic, let's call it tax rate. You had to burn energy to create a Bitcoin blockchain. We are measuring energy. We measure it, we measure it, we measure it, and link all the data points together in a blockchain. Now, we are an open source and open specification system. We don't care which blockchain. We make the cryptographic elements that feed any blockchain. And if you're an energy retailer running Oracle or SAP, we'll put it into your SQL database as well. It's all about the trust and continuity of that data. So we know it's not been corrupted in process, and no one has minted extra data behind the meter and make some fake carbon credits. Because there's a whole bunch of mischief you can do by taking text files from a smart meter. A smart meter is not smart. It does not know there's solar panels connected to it. It could be a diesel genset, and there's so much greenwashing happening in the carbon credit industry. We want to be able to make sure that no one can mint carbon credits on our platform and counterfeit their world, right? So we are blockchain agnostic. We work with an alliance called Two Tokens in Netherlands. It's funded by the Dutch government and the European Union. They have sandboxes, technical pilots to build this. And some of our stakeholders are repowering solar parks in Germany and looking at our infrastructure model to replace tired infrastructure with, let's call it, next-gen readiness. So that's the opportunity that we have, is to work with integrators like yourselves. In France, I think, was your location, and to look at what's required on the AC side of the network. When you go on the AC side of the network, you have other more active things, and the data needs to be measured, 3 phases, 60 times a second. So there's a lot more data on the AC side of the network than 30 seconds, every 30 seconds on the DC side of the network. So we see that we have a different data paradigm on managing AC network assets.
I don't want to be the only one to ask question, but
Right.
maybe a last one. You're talking about real time. Blockchain is not real time
Correct.
technology. So how do you mix both?
Yeah, so if you look, we separate the electron management into kind of 3 mental layers. The physics will take the electrons wherever they're going to be. So we really catch up with the metadata on where they went. So you can think of it as a 30-second lag time on the accounting on where the electrons actually went. So the metadata follows the electrons. And depending on the resolution you need, yes, we can do wire speed transaction, but that's more expensive. We don't want to copy that data to everyone's cloud, because the cloud providers get hacked as well. We saw what happened with Amazon yesterday. There was an outage in one particular Amazon venue, and it took out 60% of all the internet services. So we're looking at a decentralized, anti-fragile network. This is why the internet was built the way it was built, right? So we can't island a system and make sure you have the data to make decision support for managing those assets in your neighborhood, in your precinct, in your metro area. So there's stages of how you would manage this data. There's certain things that need real-time control. Battery dispatch needs 300 milliseconds, maybe less, for battery management. So we're not dealing with control. We're dealing with monitoring. And so that's where we need to do more tight engineering integration. Yep. Anyone else?
I have one.
Sure. Yeah.
I have my mic. Thank you. So I think it's a quite nice idea to have this kind of cybersecurity on the edge of the energy grid, namely for these high densely distributed solar PV and batteries. My question is, as far as I could understand, this is a bolt-on solution. Is there any plans to make it a built-in solution and have this kind of approach as a security by design embedded on the devices?
Thank you. We do have a way to retrofit. That's what I talked about today. We are working with OEMs to integrate this Unity chip into the junction box of the solar panel, into the battery modules of a BESS system, and into the active gateways at the edge, and then the grid interfacing SCADA control systems that are in the control room at the grid edge as well. So we have 2 design paths. One is a retrofit, and the other one is OEM integration. So we're very much like Dolby, right? Dolby made an algorithm to digitize video and music, and they found their Sony, right? Sony was Dolby's first licensee. We are basically making our first Star Wars movie and deploying Dolby out to the theaters. But we want to make a whole ecosystem that allows this to happen. OEMs, integrators, data providers, marketplace providers. So the answer is yes, we have a direct OEM engagement model.
Thank you, Jérôme. Any other question? Otherwise, congrats for your idea, and you deserve a great applause.
Thank you.
And now I will invite to the stage Catherine Hutton. She's attending remotely. I think she's online. So, Catherine.
Yes, can you hear me?
Technology is also always challenging, isn't it? Okay. Good morning, Catherine. Is the sound okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Good morning, welcome. And the stage is yours. Do you have any
right.
any PowerPoint to share?
All right, can you see that
Yes.
slide?
Thank you. I
All
think
right,
you can move.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Hutton, and I'm the product manager for Cybersecurity at Fluence, a utility scale battery energy storage company. And today I'm going to talk about how we can secure these systems and why it's important in the context of energy security. Let me move this guy. There we go. All right, so let's get started. If you look at Europe's grid today, what's keeping it alive isn't just power flowing through cables, it's actually information pulsing through networks. So every decision to charge, discharge, or stabilize comes from conversations between electrons and data. We just learned about that from our previous presenter. Battery energy storage systems, or BESS, you'll hear me call that as a short way to say it, are quickly becoming the new critical infrastructure of this conversation. And we saw that from our first speaker in the graphs they're projecting where our energy sources are going to come from in the future. So BESS are stabilizers of the renewable grid, the bridge between generation and demand, the buffer that makes wind and solar dependable. But here's the paradox. The same digital intelligence that makes storage systems so smart also makes them vulnerable. Standardized control systems, remote connectivity, and globally sourced components have opened new doors, and adversaries are already knocking. Dragos, a cyber threat intelligence company, which I believe was referenced the first day, now tracks more than 18 active threat groups that are targeting the electric sector at large. The Brattle Group, a global economic consulting company, has actually estimated that revenue losses from a forced outage due to successful cyber attack of a BESS could cost over $1 million per month. This is why cybersecurity and energy storage is no longer a defensive chore. It's a strategic enabler, the foundation of reliability, market confidence, and investor trust. BESS, with stronger cyber protections, can contribute to lower levels of vulnerability for the grid as a whole. So over the course of my presentation, we're going to explore how we can secure around and through these systems, not to slow the transition, but to accelerate it safely and support energy security. Because resilience isn't only about surviving an attack, it's about ensuring the energy transition keeps moving forward, even when an incident does happen. Let's look quickly at what utility scale storage actually is, because that's where the story truly begins. So a BESS is exactly what it says on the tin. It stores energy. This means that these systems don't generate energy by themselves. They import, absorb, or collect energy from the grid or generation sites. And then they store that energy to discharge at a later point in time to provide the services when needed. At utility scale, a BESS acts like a grid stabilizing heartbeat. It's not just a big battery, it's a flexible tool that can support the power grid in many different ways, such as frequency regulation, voltage support, backup power, and energy arbitrage. Think of it as a multi-purpose utility player that can step in wherever the grid needs help. Each site combines thousands of cells, a power conversion system to exchange energy with the grid, a battery management system that safeguards every module, and a control layer, often cloud connected, that coordinates with the utilities. That makes it a cyber-physical system, physical energy intertwined with digital control. Now, across Europe, the way we generate and move electricity is changing faster than any time in history. And again, the first presenter had some really great forward-looking graphs that he showed us. So wind in the North Sea, solar in Spain, hydro in the Alps, all of it now depends on storage to balance the rhythm of supply and demand. Solar Power Europe projects that by 2029, the annual European BESS market will be 5 times as large as in 2024. From a business point of view, a battery is an asset like any other. It costs a certain amount of capital to build, it operates over a defined lifetime, and it earns revenue that produces a return on investment for the asset owner. But in order to do that, it needs to perform and maintain a certain level of availability and reliability to provide the services that I mentioned earlier. Behind the scenes, battery systems are making thousands of decisions every second, balancing power, software, and controls all in real time. And this is happening across various components and subcomponents through a very busy highway of connected data and electron flows. Every one of those components is digitally connected, talking to the grid operator, the market, and sometimes to a cloud platform thousands of kilometers away. And that connectivity gives us great flexibility. However, that's also what gives us exposure. Because the more connected we become, the more we depend on trust in our technology, our suppliers, and our shared defenses. Just like a busy highway is vulnerable to accidents, traffic jams, or even deliberate blockages, our BESS highway of data flows and electrons can be disrupted, not only by physical failure, but by malicious cyber activity. So before we talk about solutions, let's look at the threat landscape that is emerging around us. The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving. According to a 2025 report by Trustwave Spider Labs, the average cost of a data breach in the energy sector is $5.2 million, with potential consequences that extend far beyond just financial losses. With a 146% increase in 2025 of OT sites suffering physical impairment of operations due to cyber attacks, it's not surprising that a report released by DNV in early 2025 found that 2 out of 3 energy professionals, or 65%, report that their executives consider cyber risk to be the greatest threat they face. So we're no longer just defending against generic malware. As I mentioned earlier, Dragos currently tracks 18 threat groups that are actively targeting the electric sector. They have either impacted organizations in the electric sector, or they have demonstrated the capability to impact electric operations. This is an increase from just 11 active threat groups in 2021. The United States Department of Energy, Idaho National Laboratory, has also reported a notable increase in attacks targeting the solar industry and renewable sector at large, with several notable case studies. From a supply chain standpoint, supply chain security risk management is no longer optional, with complex interdependent systems becoming harder to manage every day. Notable case studies in this avenue of attack include SolarWinds hack that demonstrated an evolution in supply chain attacks by compromising the vendor's infrastructure to embedded malware directly into legitimate software updates. Another area of concern in the cyber threat landscape is the geopolitical use of cyber avenues for tactical purposes. Nation states are probing industrial assets and critical infrastructure. A current example of this is Volt Typhoon, a state-sponsored cyber espionage group linked to the People's Republic of China, primarily targeting critical infrastructure in the US. So why does this matter to BESS? Why does this matter to battery energy storage systems? Well, the same trends that affect utilities and critical infrastructure are now extended to storage. Cyber adversaries know that modern power grids depend on digital controls. So if they alter data packets, operators may see a false picture of system health. If they interfere with command signals, they can cause the system to misfire, charging when it should discharge, or shutting down at a very critical moment. And if they infiltrate through cloud and remote access, they could gain foothold inside a BESS and potentially the broader grid. So as BESS becomes central to grid stability and renewable integration, its visibility to attackers only increases. So in this environment we're operating in, with sophisticated adversaries and high financial and tactical stakes. The good news is that Europe is not standing still. The directive like NIS2 and regulation like Cyber Resilience Act are changing the expectations for how we defend these assets, and we heard about some of these yesterday. In terms of supply chain, many BESS assets rely on third-party systems and system components developed across a complex global supply chain. Now, this global integration has economic benefits, but it also creates blind spots. Operators often sign contracts that restrict them from inspecting firmware or deploying their own security patches. This embedded software risk leaves asset owners with reduced visibility into who actually is controlling the code running on their infrastructure. That's like buying a substation you're not allowed to even look in or lock. Supply chain dependencies and integrations have made it complex for organizations to maintain a good security posture, because at any point in a device and system development, a vulnerability can be introduced either intentionally or not. Again, the EU Cyber Resilience Act is starting to close that gap by requiring secure by default products. And then when you add in NIS2's requirements, and that result is now a new European standard. Rules to fortify critical infrastructure and rules for what is used to build that critical infrastructure. Supply chain visibility is the cornerstone of cyber resilient growth. Both NIS2 and the CRA impose security requirements on organizations to assess and minimize cyber risk across their whole supplier ecosystem. Because ultimately, supply chain security risk is a business risk and an operational risk. So now that we've seen what the threat landscape looks like, let's talk a little bit about how we actually defend. Traditional defenses meant securing around the perimeter, so firewalls, access control, and monitoring. Essential, yes, but as we've just talked about, attackers are now moving through supply chains and embedded firmware in devices. So we must secure through the system as well, verifying components, validating firmware, and ensuring that the code running in an inverter in Portugal is the same trusted code that's been deployed in Poland. When we secure around and through, cybersecurity stops being a wall and becomes part of the architecture and the whole product lifecycle. That means thinking about security from design through decommissioning, visibility, traceability, and accountability at every step along the way, such as secure design and development assurance, supply chain risk management, embedded product security controls aligned to industry standards, secure operations and maintenance practices, and contractual commitments for incident response and vulnerability mitigation. When we secure around and through, we're not just preventing breaches, but we're actually engineering resilience. Because in a system that's highly interconnected, like our future grid, trust can't just be a firewall, it has to be a design and operational principle as well. When we talk about securing systems, it's easy to focus on just technology, but the truth is resilience is built by people working together. The UK's National Cybersecurity Centre recently released its annual review for 2025 and specifically mentioned the Jaguar Land Rover incident as a stark reminder of real business impact. The director of GCHQ stressed that the cyber threat is not just an abstract concept, but a real one with real world costs, and we're still seeing that play out today. So attacks will happen, hence you must prepare for them. So coordinated incident response is critical for resilience. Coordinated vulnerability and incident response for BESS involves close collaboration across the many stakeholders, owners, developers, operators, and maintainers, or ODOM. It's not about avoiding problems, it's about proving that we can detect, disclose, and recover faster than the threat can actually spread. Again, Europe's regulatory ecosystem actually encourages and requires this behavior. Under NIS2, operators and suppliers have a shared responsibility for incident reporting and risk mitigation. And again, under the Cyber Resilience Act, manufacturers must have a documented process for coordinated vulnerability disclosure. So what used to be seen as a liability or admitting a weakness becomes a strength. It's a visible sign that you're part of a mature, trusted, and defendable energy ecosystem going forward. And in this sector, as we are learning, trust is the most valuable asset that we can produce. So this brings us to one of the biggest mindset shifts happening across our industry. Cybersecurity is no longer just a cost, it's a value multiplier. It's time to start reframing cybersecurity from an expense to an investment. At the individual asset level, forced outages for maintenance or cybersecurity remediation can lead to significant revenue losses. Referencing before, using the US ERCOT system as an example, the Brattle Group estimated that these losses could range from $400,000 to $1.2 million per month for a single 100 megawatt or 4-hour duration battery site. You would see similar magnitudes of revenue loss across European markets as well. And while these losses are substantial, they're modest compared to the capital loss that could result from permanent damage to a BESS asset due to a malicious cyber-induced failure. Another factor to consider is the cost of retrofitting security capabilities. And again, the previous speaker just talked about having two approaches, one for greenfield, one for retrofitting. Oftentimes you find that retrofitting can be 2 to 3 times more expensive than implementing it during that initial build. So as an example, retrofitting network modifications could cost from $10,000 to $100,000 per location just to enable something like network visibility. So proactive controls, monitoring, and verified suppliers upfront cost far less. But the payoff goes beyond just loss avoidance. Insurers are now requesting security posture data. Lenders are factoring cybersecurity maturity into environmental, social, and governance and risk ratings. And projects that demonstrate resilience move faster through compliance and permitting. So cybersecurity doesn't just protect revenue, it drives uptime, lowers O&M costs, and builds confidence investors are looking for in long-term assets that are going to be connected to our grid for multiple years. Cybersecure and cyber compliant BESS can enable revenue growth and asset bankability by lowering operational risk and total cost of ownership through avoided loss, cost reduction, savings, avoided rework, and deferred lifecycle CapEx investments. So up until now, we've talked about strategy and value. Let's now zoom out to what makes Europe a very unique story. The integrated regulatory fabric that is making the business case for cybersecurity investment as a market entry point. Europe is uniting policy and practice at the same time. Again, the NIS2 directive is Europe's way of saying that operational technology must be defendable under attack. Not just compliant, not just documented, defendable based on assessed risk. That single word redefines accountability across the energy ecosystem. Next, the Cyber Resilience Act, which comes into full force in December of 2027, takes that same principle upstream to the product level. It will require manufacturers of digital components, including control systems, communication modules, and software, to actually prove security by design before they ever reach the market. And finally, the CER directive ties it all together, extending protection from cyber to all hazard resilience, physical, digital, and operational altogether. Individually, these frameworks might look complex, as we just talked about. You might need a whole department to manage and understand these. But together they do form something pretty powerful, a confident architecture for Europe's energy transition. They create shared expectations between vendors, operators, and investors, so trust can sail across borders just as energy does. So if you think about it, Europe's energy transformation rests on 3 pillars: technology, policy, and trust. Technology drives the shift: smarter grids and advanced storage, more diverse energy sources. Policy guides it through the Green Deal, REPowerEU, NIS2, but trust is what's going to sustain it. And trust is the invisible infrastructure that makes everything else work. And that's where cybersecurity comes in. It's not just an IT function, it's the connective tissue between the physical and digital worlds. It's what ensures that a control command sent from a grid operator in Belgium to a battery site in Portugal does exactly what it's supposed to do, safely, predictably, and verifiably. So when we talk about Europe leading the clean energy future, we're really talking about leading in trust, because the world is watching how Europe integrates cyber resilience into sustainability. Europe is proving that decarbonization and digitization can advance together and do so securely. If technology is the engine and policy is the roadmap, then trust is the fuel that keeps Europe's energy transition moving forward. Now, everything I've talked about today, from securing around and through to supply chain transparency to Europe's confidence frameworks, comes together here in what I call the resilience stack. At the foundation is secure design. This means building systems, building battery energy storage systems with cybersecurity woven into architecture from day one, not bolted on after commissioning. It's where we apply secure development lifecycle practices, maintain accurate SBOMs and HBOMs, and design network segmentation that's defendable by design. It's where we integrate something called cyber-informed engineering concepts, so that systems engineers include cyber-enabled failure in their design decisions from the beginning, so you can actually use physics to support resilience. This is where cybersecurity evolves from a defensive necessity into an engineering discipline. The next layer is secure operation, continuous monitoring, strong access controls, and clear incident coordination between owners, developers, operators, and maintainers. It's about operationalizing defense, again, not just documenting it. Above secure operations sits supply chain trust. That layer ensures every component entering a BESS is verified, traceable, and tamper-proof. And when you have secure design, secure operations, and supply chain trust, you really unlock the top layer, trusted investment. Because investors, insurers, and regulators see proof, not just promises. Again, cybersecurity maturity is becoming part of your bankability score, your ESG rating, and your brand reputation. So cybersecurity starts at protection, but it scales into something much larger, a strategic enabler for reliability, performance, and trust. And that shift is happening right now, from compliance checklists to measurable resilience outcomes. Resilience isn't added at the end, but it needs to be engineered at every one of these layers. So let's bring this full circle. At the start, we said Europe's energy backbone runs on electrons and data, and that when those move together, trust keeps the grid alive. We've now seen that cybersecurity isn't just about defending trust, it's about enabling it to grow. When we secure around and through, we create systems that are defendable under attack. They're designed for resilience and not just compliance. When we see cybersecurity beyond cost, we start to recognize that it's a performance multiplier, driving uptime, efficiency, and bankability. And when we support the energy transition, we realize that cyber resilience is what turns renewable ambition into operational reality. So this is the evolution. Cybersecurity once lived in the shadows of compliance, but now it stands at the center of reliability, sustainability, and competitive advantage. And Europe is showing the world what that looks like, combining strong regulation, transparent supply chains, and shared accountability into one ecosystem of trust. So if we secure it right around and through, we don't just defend the grid, we enable the future of energy to thrive. And that's the story of how cybersecurity evolves from defensive necessity into a strategic enabler for resilient energy storage and utility operations. Thank you for your time this morning and probably have a little bit of time for questions.
Thank you, Catherine. So, time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yes, 1 question.
Thank you for the presentation. In which part of the stack do you see most risks coming in for BESS? Like on the firmware side, hardware side, the connectivity with your backend, the cloud systems maybe they're using? Which one?
I think that the supply chain is really complicated. As I mentioned, there's a lot of interdependencies, and when you look at a BESS, it usually combines components from a lot of different suppliers. So oftentimes you have battery energy storage sites that are kind of operating in their own network, so it might be more difficult to come in from that standpoint, and so the vulnerability could be more from a supply chain. But again, it depends on like each system, each site might be different. So depending on how it's configured, you might have a more vulnerability in a specific site based on how the remote access is configured or how that access control is managed versus supply chain. So I think that's why it's important and stressed to really do a proper risk assessment on the site in which you're deploying.
Okay, another question.
Thank you for your presentation, Daniele Cudazzo from NHOA Energy. And we know that Fluence does a lot of things because Fluence produces the cube, that is basically a battery container with its own BMS. Fluence produces also the Fluence OS, so the system integration for all the components of a BESS. Fluence produces also Nispera and Mosaic, that are the trading platform and the O&M management platform. So, and since you are a system integrator and you are also an OEM, and you are not the asset owner, how do you cope with all these things in terms of cybersecurity? I mean, because you have to deliver a product, but then you have to deliver a system, but then the system is not yours. So then you have to comply with guidelines, but your product is not maybe certified for a certain standard. So I would like to know your opinion about it.
Yeah, you're correct. So Fluence is not the asset owner or the actual operator. So a lot of the requirements, say with NIS2, are passed down to us as a third party, as part of the supply chain, so indirectly. Now the CRA applies directly to us because we have a product with digital components. So we will have the EU CE marking on our product by that deadline. And then a lot of it comes down to working with customers. Each customer might have a slightly different interpretation of how they're going to meet that compliance based on, again, how they've assessed the risk of their particular assets. So it's working with the customer to make sure that we have the controls in place. And similar to one of the earlier speakers this morning too, we are aligning with the IEC 62443 whole family of standards from 4-1, 4-2, 3-3 to 2-4. And so using those standards helps us make sure that we can support any type of compliance indirectly or directly that we're seeing from customers.
Thank you. Any other question? We still have time for a last question. Okay, if no more questions, thank you, Catherine, for joining us. Hope you can still on that side for the rest of the conference. And please join me in an applause to Catherine. And I'm going to invite our next speaker, Shahid Raza, to join us on the stage. And talk with us about automated digital identities for renewables energy systems. Good morning.
Do we have a ticker or something? That's this. Thanks.
Okay. You can use it.
There's one.
We can share.
Uh,
I like to share.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shahid. I'm a professor of cybersecurity at University of Glasgow. I am also the research director at Cyber Campus Sweden and RISE, which is Research Institutes of Sweden. It's an institute owned by Swedish state. I work on IoT security. That's my bread and butter. I did my PhD in this subject, and later on, for the last 15 years, I've been digging into different things and topics within this domain for different use cases. And today I'm going to I have put together a slide deck for how we bring these technologies and solutions that we build for other systems into energy or utilities in general. So I've been part of many strategic cybersecurity initiatives in Sweden. We developed CyberNode, which is the largest public-private partnership in Sweden with 400 plus member companies. I also founded CyberRange and Cyber Campus Sweden, which is directly funded by Swedish state, one of the rare things where the state is directly funding some initiatives. So I was also leading largest research group at RISE for 8 years before sharing my time with University of Glasgow since last year. So yeah, and I have all my education within this subject, starting from master's to licentiate PhD in cybers. So some of these slides are not very unique for this audience, but for completeness, I have a few slides on to build the case for renewable energy and IoT there. So I'm sure all of you have seen these slides. We generate power, electricity, consume, but with this DER, distributed production and consumption, the energy flow is not one way, but it's now both ways, which means that all these devices that we have that we need to manage. But we look at such a digital infrastructure where you have both production and consumption in a distributed way. There's IT systems that we need, and I'm sure all of you are one way or the other dealing with this. In the IT system, usually the data is valuable and we collect, store, process data. Whereas in the OT environment, actually data controls the physical world, which changes things very significantly. So this is an old school OT setup where you have a control system which is connected with thousands of OT devices, and this is used to control these devices. However, with the renewables, the things change. This is not very old school setup where you have hard boxes, rather than you have now thousands, millions, or even billions of devices lying around, and we need to control, manage, view data from them in a very different way. So this brings me to the concept of Internet of Things. From our side, an IoT device is any microcontroller, a simple CPU, which has some processing, but the most important thing now is that it is connected to the internet or accessible via internet, directly using IP technology or other technologies. And if we come back to the digital infrastructure for renewable energy systems, I'm sure you are aware of all these functions or things that enable such a digital infrastructure. There's a lot of focus on the data management side, at the edge or at data centers. However, there are millions of these devices from different vendors with different technologies being rolled out. So, and these are, not just one kind or one company. There are lots of operators, and these are really, really heterogeneous space. There are, of course, some standards emerging. There are some good companies emerging, But the state of the art is in these devices. I don't know if you have solar panels at home, but if yes, you know how you manage them. So usually you have, static credentials that very hard to change. At the best, you get a username, password that you can use online. You can change online. You have. This doesn't work. Okay, so and most of this is centralized, managed using pre-shared credentials. I don't know if you have a solar panel. You see that there is one username and password that you actually use to play with your devices, look at your readings, and so on. And the main problem with these centralized managed systems using pre-shared keys, that if the server side is hacked, all devices are hacked because it's the same credential on both sides. There are not really good ways to revoke this. So if you issue, for example, some sort of credential, username, password, and devices are out there, and if these devices are compromised, they are still able to talk to the entities they have pre-shared trust. And there's not really visibility and auditing system as well. However, now with this renewable energy systems, these devices are becoming accessible via internet. We call them an IoT device. Then, and it's not necessarily that they use IoT protocol. They can use any protocol, IP protocol, but they can use other protocols as well. I'll come back to this. So this presentation is primarily about what we have been first researching and then standardizing in IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. And I'll focus on one aspect, which is digital identities for renewable energy devices. And this is not a new concept. We have been using every day or anytime you open a website with HTTPS, there is a digital identity, what we call cryptographic certificates, X509, for example, is being used. And we use it in vehicles, workspaces, manufacturing systems already, and in telecom as well. So PKI, public key infrastructure, is a way to establish these identities, and it's state-of-the-art on the internet. Without PKI, for example, there are banking systems or any online financial transactions and so on, they are not possible the way they are done on the internet today. So there's a certificate-based crypto happening. So yes, a more formal definition is a framework of technologies, mostly protocols, but also policies, procedures, which are used to manage digital certificates and public key crypto. So as I said, it's a foundation of the internet. It's not that one technology that you might or might not use, but it's a technology where the internet security stands on and relies. So, and there are lots of things in it. It's a quite complex set of protocols and procedures. So I'm sure you have heard about CAs. These are certification authorities. These are the big brothers in PKI, which actually issue certificates. There are registration authorities. There's a chain. One key thing is the actual identity, which is a certificate, X509. And there are many protocols on how you enroll them, revoke them, and how you package together different messages using PKCS protocols. So when it comes to these certificate-based crypto, if you look at most protocols that are built for internet, for example, now with Compact TLS 1.3, ad hoc, COSI, and also TLS 1.2 and earlier as well. COSI is a constrained object sign-in and encryption. It's a new standard, standardized by IETF. DTLS, TLS, QUIC, IEEE 82.1AR, which is actually designed for IoT, IP, IKE, lightweight M2M, IPSO Alliance, and many. So they all define the way how you use digital certificates. So these digital certificates are part of the most internet standards for cybersecurity. However, for example, when you use these certificates on the internet today, they are usually one way. This means that we have browsers. So whenever you open up bank.com, any bank, so your browser, I should go back. How should I go back? It's just going forward. Can you go back? Okay. I thought this is back and forth. Okay. So, usually today the PKI is one way, which means if you have some banking, so your browser authenticate that you are talking to the right bank. They are using digital certificates. But then how your bank knows that I'm talking to the right person, this is used still based on passwords. In some countries, like in Sweden, we have Bank ID, which is actually digital certificate that we use to authenticate ourselves to the banks as well. And with this new pass keys, which is also a public-private key pair, they are authenticated in a different way than PKI, but it's still based on asymmetric cryptography. So one problem with this, that it's very hard to get today a certificate for individuals and use them because of the way the internet and the interactions we have with them. But if you look at these autonomous devices like IoT, most of them don't have any interface. These are standalone, boxes. You don't have even a place in the end device to put a password or some key or so on. So therefore, when we develop PKI for IoT, this was originally developed for many other use cases as well, not just energy systems, but it makes perfect sense to use in these end devices. So we want to make sure that you don't have any notion of pins, password, even those who would understand the enrollment process. Even the first time when you try to get a certificate, no password-based security should be used. It should be a fully automated process. It should be really cost-effective. Now the cost of a digital certificate is around €1 to €10, and this is primarily because someone manually has to verify your identity and register you. So we need to skip that process. And it should be standardized. So no one will care if I come here and present a very nice paper that I have published recently. This was the case when we started this in 2017-18. This was not very interesting. But now what I'm going to present further, these are all standards, standardized by IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force, the same organization that standardizes IP protocol, HTTPS, TLS that we are very used to. So most PKI solutions for IoT, if you hear today, basically means this, that they delegate, let's say this is some sort of IoT network, they delegate their PKI capabilities to some sort of gateway. So the end devices still have no password, no security, or just password and so on. But from here onwards, you have PKI. There are quite a few companies who do this, which actually breaks end-to-end security. It's no point of having a PKI managed by the gateway where the communication between this and this is still proprietary or no security and so on. We like to bring it end-to-end security, where, for example, this is just a hypothetical picture of a CA structure where you have root CAs, then you can have a sub-CA for energy for your own company, or you have public CAs which can be used to issue these kind of identities. This is an established way. There are a set of protocols already standardized and exist and work for other cases. So in order to enable such a hierarchy, such PKI for energy systems, or distributed energy systems, or IoT, you need some sort of certificate. You need to enroll them, revoke them, and then you need to make sure that the life cycle is also automated. So I'll present a few of them here now. So one of the key innovations we brought in and is really changing the way is C509 certificate. C5, I'm sure all of you have heard about X509 certificates. These X509 certificates are digital identities used on the internet. However, they are very heavy. So if you look at a a typical X509 certificate. These are all the fields in the certificate. The main purpose of the certificate actually is to have a public key, which is a key and your identity. So you put together, signed by a CA, but in order to work on the internet and in chains, and this was developed 20 plus years ago, things were very different at that time. Things are changing now. So some of the important fields are, you have an identity, public key, some basic information, and signature, and importantly, how you encode them. So I'll give you some numbers as well in the slide. However, we don't need this X509 certificate, which was established 20 plus years ago. Rather, we started working on, do we really need this entire big certificate and the way it's encoded for machines now, or devices, or IoT, or energy systems, because this was built for people or a different setup on a heavy, high-end internet conventional boxes and machines. So this C509 certificate, I will give you some numbers, as I said as well. It should be suitable for IoT devices. That's one design goal. The size of the certificate itself matters. How you encode matters. And also, most importantly, it should be compatible somehow with the X509 certificate as well. I cannot come up with just my certificate, and which is very difficult to parse against X509 certificate. So I'll come back to this as well. So what we did early on, so we first profiled X509, looked at all these fields and say what makes sense in this machine-to-machine communication, and then use some novel ways to compress one of the new standards being developed, or already developed for these kind of IoT devices, concise binary object representation, or CBOR. It's a very lightweight binary representation compared with ASN1 encoding, which is very different. Some more cryptographics, for example, point compression and representing subjects to byte arrays. These are different optimizations you can bring in to make the size of the certificate very small. So when it comes to reducing the size of the certificate, other than the profiling, like eliminating the fields that doesn't make any sense today for IoT devices, so one way to reduce the size is compression. As I said, CBOR encoding. This is a new way to encode messages. And so we have used it for X509 certificate, which significantly reduces the size. But if you're familiar with it, it's inspired by JSON, but at the same time, it's the syntax supports the JSON syntax data types as well. I mean, there are more details, and standard is now available if you want to read. So this is just to give you an example. If you have just an issuer field in a certificate, if you encode it in the old school way, you need 20 bytes. And if you encode it with a CBOR style, you just reduce the size of a certificate 8 bytes to 8 bytes. We have, so this slide just show an example. If you want to get the certificate, for example, to EV chargers, the size of the certificate is significantly lowered compared with the conventional size. Yes, this number, for example, a typical certificate is 1 to 2 kilobyte on the internet. After you do our profiling and compression, you bring the size of a certificate into 146 bytes. So this is a significant change. There's not just one certificate. The way PKI works, you have a chain of certificates, So you have, it's not just for IoT. Now we are bringing this technology into satellite communication as well, where these are, for satellite is also an IoT device, which with no interface, and speed and time really matters. And if you have to parse these certificates of original sizes, it's a very significant overhead. And then there is a cryptography happening as well when you verify and generate these things. So yeah, right now this C509 certificate is in the last stages of standardization in IETF. So if you if you would like to test this, I would recommend reading this standard, which is moved to the final stages to become an RFC. It should be RFC now in a matter of months than years. Usually it takes 4 to 5 years to convert your idea into an IETF standard. So that was about one way how you make. Am I doing very bad? Okay, I thought I started 55, but time-wise in the original plan. But okay, we are behind schedule or ahead. Okay, so certificate enrollment, I will now move super fast now. So enrollment is a way to certify keys. Basically, you generate your public-private key, you send to SCA and ask, please give me a certificate back. This process is called enrollment. And there are standards for this. And we have developed a new standard, which we call EST over COAP. This is a way to get this certificate in a very lightweight way. Originally, it was developed, and I skipped how we do that. But originally, we did it for DTLS, like 5 years ago. And now we are developing the enrollment protocol for a very efficient protocol called OS Core and ad hoc. These are also standards. These are not my protocols. There is already an approved IETF draft, which is also becoming a standard soon. So if we did implement it in actual devices and measure different overheads. In the paper, you can read much more, but the overhead is on par with the rest of the things that are happening in a typical device. So once you have this, so one key here is whenever, and it's part of the standard as well, that how you give what we call a birth certificate to a device as well. So if you implement this standard, the certificate is already there. So it's not, the initial enrollment process is not based on pre-shared keys, which goes back to the same problem. It's also based on the certificate. You get this certificate, you have a birth certificate, and then you can get what we say a communication certificate that will be used for communication. And this enrollment process, I don't know if you really understand when I say enrollment protocols. These are also secured by a certificate-based crypto, and then you have revocation process renewal, and the life cycle continues. This is my last slide. So certificate revocation, I don't have time to be continued. There is already a very nice paper if you want to read how you revoke certificates for IoT devices. It's not very simple. It's a messy space when you work in the standardization. So there are lots of protocols. They interdepend on each other. But these are not papers. These are standards, and they are, this is how they work, and they depend on each other. So thank you very much. That was my quick.
Thank you, Shahid. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. Time for one, not more than 2 questions from the audience. Any question? 1 question, 2 questions. Adam, please.
Is it Dr. Reza? Thank you for your preeminent work, and I know how frustrating it is to get an IETF standard going. That's great. Have you looked in the domain of certificate-less credentials, identity-based encryption that as a very simple enrollment, and the credentials embedded at manufacturing really get this IBE, identity-based encryption session going, so we don't have the problem of certificate servers, revocation, and things like that. Every session is a new key, and it automatically deploys. So have you compared or contrasted this kind of work? That was really one of our domains that we're looking at.
The simple answer is no, but we just got a European project to actually work on this aspect. You still need some sort of trusted third party, and what that trusted third party would be for this identity-based encryption. But I'm not really an expert on that actual technology, but we have a project now to look at this and compare against these things. You're spot on.
Yeah, thank you. The whole thing is about trust, right? Who are you going to trust? The keys are the key material, and the whole key life cycle goes into how you're going to trust your vendor, who is the adjudicator of that trust. So I guess my presentation, I challenged the industry to come up with an architecture to do this. And I think dealing with the universities and your sandbox and deployment approaches would strive towards that.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Our idea is that the PKI is state-of-the-art on the internet. Can we just embed, this infrastructure or piggyback on this infrastructure to continue? So, but I'm sure there are definitely other ways, and we'll see how this project continues with identity-based encryption. There was a quick question here.
Shahid, I just wanted to try and, I've sort of slightly lost the plot of thing in terms of the cyber events that we've been talking about yesterday and how the certificates that you've been talking about impact that and help us move this forward. I think I've lost the connection.
Yes. So the problem with the main problem is that we have very fancy solutions on the cloud side and edge side and how these bigger boxes are connected, but how you connect the end device with the rest of the infrastructure, that's a space where there is no really standardized way happening. There are SIM-based solutions, of course, but getting each SIM versus a free solution, for each and every inverter and chargers and millions of devices is, could become complex.
Maybe a quick question. Do you see your certificate being adopted by IoT manufacturer?
So, I mean, I am a researcher. I cannot enforce them. What I can or could do, for example, that, they care about standards. They don't care about research papers, So we did write research paper. We implement. We test how efficient is this. And then for the last 5 years, we have been struggling with IETF, so try to standardize it. So now it's a standard. It's the same question if you say that, oh, they would use TLS. This is up to them. But now it's on the same level as any other security standard developed by the industry and the academia in a public standardization forum, IETF. So yes, I mean, I can't influence if they would use, but now it's based on standards. So my purpose here was to give a speech and say, okay, this exists, what it offers compared with what else you have. It's an open, free standard, no royalty fees, nothing. You can just run your own private CA. You can have, for example, we work with Nexus Group. This is now bought by Ion Group in France. It's a Swedish company. That's a PKI company. And they have their PKI solution, what they call the PKI Gateway and the PKI Manager Server. They have a capability to issue these kind of certificates. They are co-authors of the standards as well. So if you want to get this, if you have 10,000 devices, you want to get a certificate for each, there are vendors who actually can issue these certificates today.
Okay, so just another way to ask the question, do you see a PKI solution provider integrating your standard?
Yeah, that's what I said. So Nexus is a PKI software provider.
Okay.
So they already implemented these on the server side.
Okay.
We implemented on the IoT side. So we tested this solution end to end, so you can get a certificate. So the challenging side is the EV side or the IoT side, where we have very, very limited power and processing to run this. But we have shown that it works on that side. For CA, it's much easier. It's some Java code that they have to integrate.
Thank you, Shahid. So thank you for your presentation. And it's time for a break and for a coffee. Please join us at 10 to 11, if I'm not wrong. Hello to everyone. So I think it's time to restart our journey. And without more delays, I will ask and invite Boris to jump to stage, as well as Jürgen. And the floor is yours.
Well, I hope everybody had a good coffee break. So, yeah, I'm Boris, and I brought my engineer Jürgen with me to talk about cybersecurity and the certification parts of it. But first, yeah, well, the overview I will skip because everybody already knows it. But the interesting thing is always that I talk to a lot of companies that are manufacturers and system integrators, and they are still sometimes not aware of NIS2 and how that will impact their business because their buyers are impacted by this. A little bit about itself. So I'm account manager for industrial cybersecurity. I brought my senior engineer with me, and he is also our engineer in the 62443 and the biggest expert. But first, a little bit about DECRA. Most people know DECRA certification from the cars. So we do car certification, but DECRA also started buying different certification companies. For example, we are part of the old Kima group. So we are focused on product certification itself. And what we did is we organized globally our certification services for cybersecurity. So our main hub is in Spain, but we are part of the Arnhem Group in the Netherlands, and we focus mainly on the more industrial side of cybersecurity because we had the biggest industrial customer base there, so it made sense to focus there on the customers we already have, because we have there also the explosion safety, industrial electrical safety, EMC, RF, and all different compliance testing services. Well, this is a short overview of our portfolio. We are trying to also include these days artificial intelligence and functional safety within the cybersecurity group, because everything has a little bit of overlap between the different sides. So we try to make sure that the customer comes to us with a challenge, and we can cover every service needed in order to make sure that they don't go to every selected vendor. But we will focus mainly on the 62443 today. Well, the overview, like I said, normally I talk to a lot of customers about this because I think it's important for them to understand what their customers are facing, next to the, of course, the Cyber Resilience Act that they are aware of. But NIS2 is mainly impacting their customer base. So they need to very well know that it's impossible and vital to use cyber-proof standards in order to showcase that their systems and products are secure. So, and of course, a lot of our customers also talk too much about ISO 27001 and just forget about the OT parts. So it's always important to emphasize on this. But I think I'll give it over to Jürgen because he is here more to talk about 62443.
Yeah. No, pleasure. So I will tell you something about the 62443. I was expecting someone else to do this before me, but I'm the first one, so I will go over the standards and how they can be used by the NIS2 to help you implement things. So let's first start with the asset owner. The 62443-2-1 is for the cybersecurity management system. Then we have the 2-4, this is for the service or the integration service provider. These two work together to maintain the system and to make agreements between the asset owner and the system integrator. Then we have the 4-1, which is for the product supplier. This is the secure development lifecycle that all the products need to comply to. Then you have the product standard, the 4-2, and then the system standard, the 3-3. So in the NIS2, the asset owner will eventually be the one responsible for the system, but it is not the only one using the system or maintaining the system. So the system integrator maintains the system and the asset owner operates the system. So the asset owner will say to the system integrator, hey, we do not build everything, we do not maintain everything. So you need to help us with the compliance for this. And so the 2-4 and the 2-1 can be used as a common language between the two to make some agreements on how to do this. And right now I will look more into the 3-3 for the system, because that's where most of these system requirements are, and a lot of our clients face difficulties complying with this, or actually starting the compliance for this. And please take into account that throughout the presentation I will only talk about the lower security levels, so the more complex things will be left out. So to talk about the 3-3, I first need to start with the zones and the conduits. So this is an example that is in the 3-3 in Annex A. It is a picture about of the system where you have different zones depicted in the different colors and the conduits in the green parts in between. That is the only communication from zone to zone. And as you can see, in one zone there are several components in there. And eventually for the full system you need to have a security level. Well, obviously this is very difficult to achieve because one security level for the full system is nearly impossible. So you need to divide this up. So we will look later into how to give every zone its own security level and how to manage that. So let's first talk about the security levels themselves. The three different ones that are mentioned in the standard itself are the security level target, the security level capability, and the security level achieved. So the target is when you're designing the system or developing the system, you need to have a set target on where you want the system to be eventually. The system security levels capabilities, I think we will have a talk about it later by Andrew. But one main point is that this is without the additional compensating countermeasures. And I will talk about the compensating countermeasures later on. And the security level achieved is in the end, once you have the full system and you have it actually in place, you start evaluating the system. What level are you actually at? So there's a small error in the presentation. This is the 3-3, but it should be the 3-2. So the 3-2 is one of the guidance standards that will help you with setting up this whole certification and managing all the different zones and conduits and how to identify these. So the first and the biggest problem that I face with the customers are is defining the system under consideration. So if you have a system that is already in place, then sometimes it's difficult to define where you want to start or end the evaluation. But for new systems, this is fairly easy. And so you start doing a overall risk assessment, and then you start dividing the system up into different zones and conduits so that it is manageable. What I always say is, for this first part, it is nearly impossible to do this correctly at once. So it does say here, divided up into zones and conduits. This is not the final one. So going further into this, you did the first risk analysis on the full system. And now you start looking at, is the risk tolerable? So if it's, does it exceed the tolerable risk? So if no, okay, then you have a system that is nearly impossible to do at once, but that is ready for certification. If yes, then you need to perform a detailed cybersecurity risk assessment. And in the next slide we will go into this, but this is one that we need to repeat over and over and over again for all the zones and the conduits. So going into that, you have, again, a risk analysis, but this one is a more detailed one. So for every zone, you will do this detailed risk assessment. You will go through all the steps. These are not the first time you're seeing this, I think. And then in the end, you determine the security level target. So what is the target that we want or that we need to achieve? Continuing on this, you can see the same kind of structure. Does it exceed the tolerable risk? If no, then that zone is done. You're basically ready for to go on. But since you're doing this for every zone over and over and over again, eventually we'll find a zone that where the risk does exceed the tolerable risk. So then you go into yes, and then you need to identify and evaluate the existing risks and make some compensating countermeasures for these. I will go into these compensating countermeasures later, but the thing is that you need to go over this over and over and over again And what you will notice is that every time you go over it, you will find some issues. You need to redefine the zones and the conduits to make it fit, and then start all over again, unfortunately. And then if we exit this again, so we left out of there, that is the first time that we actually start looking at the requirements. So in the beginning, normally clients come to me and they immediately scroll down in the 3-3 to the first requirement, start to go through it, and notice that it is fairly difficult to immediately comply to this. So what are these compensating countermeasures? To start, I first need to explain something about the requirements, because the requirements are difficult to read sometimes, are not fully specified as the way that most people would expect them to be. So in the beginning of the 3-3, there's this part for the purpose and intended audience. And the first one, not all the requirements can always be met. So sometimes it violates the fundamental operation of the system. So there you need some compensating countermeasures, because obviously the standard cannot lower your security or the functionality of the system itself. The second point that I want to point out is that not everything in the system, not every component itself needs to be at a certain security level. So if you put your component into a certain zone, then other components within this zone can secure it in a way that it ups the security level for this component. Even though in the perfect world, I would like to see every component 4-1 and 4-2 certified, but that is just simply not the case. And the standard deliberately makes the requirements fake, so that they're a bit more open to interpretation, because you cannot define one standard for all systems that needs to comply to. So the definition of a compensating countermeasure, this is directly from the standard. The main point here is that the security goals needs to be met. Either if it is exactly the way that the requirement describes it, or if you need to put something around the component or the zone to make that happen. So the three examples that are in the standard itself. The first one is a controller that does not have the sufficient cyber access control countermeasures. A very easy one. You put it into a box, lock it, and make sure that to get access to it, you need to have some additional things. The control system you could see it as more as a physical access control for guards, gates, and guns. Yesterday we saw in the presentation that is not always sufficient, but it can be a good measure for multiple zones or the full plan as well. And then the last one, the PLC. Most PLCs cannot comply with all the requirements that are written down for it. So here they give the example that it doesn't meet the access control capabilities, and they say put a firewall in front of it. I would say that there are some better ways to do this, and I will get to that later, but those are some examples. Another point that I really want to point out is that in the 3-2, it also says that, yes, these compensating countermeasures can be technical, but they could also be procedures or policies. And this is something that most companies do not read from the 3-2. An example for that could be background checks on people before they enter anywhere. So I have a few examples for this. So once again, the PLC that doesn't have the authentication methods that are needed. So you can put them in a restricted zone and have multi-factor authentication on any jump host that connects to the PLC. I think that's a better way of protecting it than just a firewall in between. Another one, the device-to-device identity not possible on vendor bus. So in most of the systems we see legacy communication methods, and those definitely do not comply with the requirements. So there are some things to check this, but the main part I would point out is the cabinet hardening. Lock everything that you can, every cable that is connected from one to the other, lock it away in a way that you cannot easily access it. For the lower security levels, that should be sufficient. And one that I really want to point out is the outbound only diodes. In some systems, that is the best way to make sure that you cannot access them in another way. Encryption control links breaks timing. This is one that I see a lot. So also for the legacy communication methods, not all the encryption is always possible. So also here, physically secure the cabinets, make sure that you cannot access them, that you cannot get to the wires directly and tamper with anything. The screen auto locks in a safety critical workstation. So this is obviously one that is easily solvable because in the requirement it says that you need to have session lock. And you can have a keep only or a view only view of the system, and you need to enable it in another way so that not anyone walking up to the system can always check everything. So you can still have the notifications visible. Antivirus on safety workstation is vendor prohibited. This is for the malicious code protection. The one that I really want to point out here is the golden re-image. So every time there's an update or if there's anything else, you make sure that it's not connected to the internet, and if there's something that you need to do with it, just get the golden image and re-image it every time. Control a crash on the port scans or broadcast storms. For this one is also a very easy one. You can have rate limiters in different ways, or a firewall again for this. So in the evaluation, what are requests from the customer during the certification? For every compensating countermeasure where you do not meet the requirement, we really need to write everything out. It is just not just saying, oh, we do not need to comply with this because it's not possible. I want to know, why is it not possible? What zone is it in? Is it possible to put it in another zone? Or does the zone already have a compensating countermeasure? I need a full threat and risk assessment on showing me that the thing that you implemented, that it is good enough. I need a full explanation of the compensating countermeasures themselves. And this is an important one, the equivalence argument. Usually I ask this from the customer stating, why do you think that the requirement is met now with the compensating countermeasure that you have implemented? And then we can open the discussion on, is it actually true? Do we need to do something else? And that was the presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Boris and Jürgen. Any questions from the? We have 2, 3.
I promise not to ask a question.
Well
Well done. Thanks. Sorry.
Communication is always an issue.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Definitely.
Question about, no, I forgot the question there. So I've seen, if you're curious about your view, I've seen very nice certified designs, but 4 days before commissioning, everything gets basically erased and becomes a single zone. How do you see that now we're having more 62443 in practice? Is it cleaning up? Do people keep it like you certified it?
Yeah, I do not do re-evaluations on systems. So on paper, everything should be there. But that is also one of the issues that we pointed on yesterday, that yes, all the checkboxes are marked, but a certification like this does not mean that it is actually secure and it is kept secure. So,
Yeah, in order to try to alleviate a few things about it, we also included a DECRA seal on the more process side, so that we do yearly follow-ups. This is not a complete recertification in order to be more competitive, of course, because certification itself is a pretty expensive thing to do. So we try to keep it short, but still concise, that you can still validate if these processes are maintained or not. But again, on systems, it's very difficult because they keep evolving. It's also mandatory to keep it updated. So it's always a snapshot. So again, that's for certification, one of the blind spots.
Okay, thanks.
One of your slides shows some sort of layer 2 control, such as BPDU rate limits, broadcast arm control, etc. Something that I heard from the operation team is that they concern about the operation overhead that these layer 2 controls could cause on the day in, day out activities. For, you know, if something happens in the environment, something goes wrong, they would have to troubleshoot, and that is an extra, you know, cybersecurity button that you have to push and creating these operational overhead, which I partially understand. However, I was wondering how, based on your experience, how do your clients manage that kind of layer 2 cybersecurity control?
You mean how they implement it, or?
No, not the implementation, because the implementation is very straightforward,
Yeah.
right? You apply a few things, and that's all right. It should be it. But are they reluctant to implement those kind of controls, of, for example, in terms of encryption?
Yes.
MACSEC, if you implement MACSEC, if you talk about MACSEC, people will freak out. No, you cannot have like one of those slides show exactly that you should keep real-time communication free of encryption or something like that. However, nobody discussed the architecture itself, which plays a very significant role on the way communication is streamlined. And that baffles me personally, because we talk about real-time communication, and sometimes it is not a real-time communication, because we're not talking about Profinet and that kind of type of it's a near real-time communication. But just without digress to the topic, I just wonder if how you assess that kind of, how you balance that kind of architecture, maybe questions, and versus how your client manage operational-wise those kind of requirements that come from IEC 62443.
Yeah, so this is one of the main problems that arise, because they never want to do something like this. They always say, no, the system is good enough, or maybe they try to do it in another way. But to maintain the system, I mainly point them to the 2-4 and the 2- or the 2-4 and the 2-1 to agree this with the asset owner in the end. But I noticed that a lot of our clients do not comply with the 2-4, so they try to just put it in place, leave it, or try to skip it in any other way. Okay, all right. It is a difficult point.
They are reluctant to implement it?
Yes.
But do they say why?
Because maintaining it is difficult sometimes, and it adds another component into the system that they sometimes do not want, and yeah, there are multiple difficulties. Yeah.
I thought it was something personal. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question.
I got one question here. I'm from DNV, also a big certification body in the world. We are a little bit puzzled about the value for the customer of system certification based on IEC 62443, since the dynamics of cybersecurity risks are evolving over time.
Yeah.
A certificate today is not valid tomorrow. What's your view on the value for the customer that you certify based systems, not processes? That it's okay,
yes.
But systems.
So for the system,
and do you see a demand in the market for these certificates?
I see a rising demand for it, and the value for this is to have this one-time evaluation on making sure that it is at least today, tomorrow not anymore, but today it is secure, and that is better than guessing or trying without any guidance from a standard to keep it secure or to make it secure. So the one-time evaluation for it to be secure, I think it's valuable enough for some customers to say, okay, we did our best. And as we could see, most of the first steps that we need to do by making all these considerations about the system and the zones, that is something that most of the clients skip. And during the evaluation, they actually are forced to do it. So I think that that adds some value to the certification, even though if it is certified today, it is not secure tomorrow, indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add to that a little bit because the certification of the system is not only about the state of the system today, it's also about the processes around it and the secure software development lifecycle around it and the upgrade processes.
You mentioned nodes,
so
no
it's more
processes.
than a state of today. So be careful that you how you interpret it.
Yeah, he said no processes, so I tried to explain it without processes. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think one of the added values, of course, is the fact if you go to a certification body, they're independent, and they're always going to give you the straight answer that they think, because they're unbiased. So they're going to say to you, no, you don't meet things, and that way you can also have a mirror in front of you, looking really good at what are these zones and conduits, and how did you organize them, and how did you implement them. So you get a better. Something better than an own self-assessment, because then bias come in, you find something, you start rationalizing why it isn't affecting things, because trying to resolve these things is expensive. So even though it's a one-time thing, again, with also the processes, it makes also sense, but also helping with an independent party telling you the truth and having an expert opinion looking at it that has evaluated multiple systems, so he does know how to ask the difficult questions.
Thank you. Next question.
So I don't know how you audit 62443, but when the customer discusses about the compensating controls, the last slide that you had, and there is an argument of is this good enough or not, can the customer take the decision and say, okay, this is good enough based on our budget or our risk levels or whatever? Or can the auditor actually say, no, based on your business, that's not good enough?
Well, both, actually. What I see is that usually there's not too much of a discussion here, because sometimes they're very clear, and the systems that we did are not too big and complex because they are not ready for certification yet. But I usually point back to the risk assessment, and there you can clearly see whether it is sufficient or not. And sometimes they have other companies helping them with this, and they join into this conversation as well, giving some counter arguments or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Last question. And 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, thank you. And maybe I can provide also a point of view from a system integrator. And there are different type of clients. So clients that are structural utilities that now are introducing also cyber FAT, cyber SAT. So they are verifying actually on site what you're actually trying to comply to. So the IEC 62443. And, but then there are a lot of developers that actually are just putting a phrase into their technical specification that you need to comply with the 62443, but that they don't care. So it's up to you what you do. So, I mean, it's still, let's say, a jungle in this sense. And then there's the problem also of the updates. And this is also my question, because we are now seeing an industry that is moving also towards virtualization. And that is one of my problems, actually, because now there are virtual PLCs, virtual LTUs, everything is virtual. So everything is becoming a VM in an hypervisor. You need to define zones, you need to define rules, and everything is on the same equipment. Are you dealing with this problem? Do you know if there will be some updates? Because now I see that, I mean, from the certification bodies, I mean, they are still, let's say, not confident in allowing people to use hypervisors and virtualization and allow the people to be certified with these infrastructures. That allow us, of course, to reduce the costs and be competitive against, I don't know, the Chinese suppliers and stuff like that. And then I have another question, sorry, but yeah. How the IEC 62443 actually allow us to be compliant also with the NIS 2.
Right.
That's it, sorry.
So for the updates, the standard itself does not say anything about the updates. And if you go for different types of certificates, then that may vary. So the one that we provide from DECRA, there we can do a checkup whenever you do an update or major updates, so that we can reevaluate parts of the system. But for a CB certificate, you need to write down the specific version of everything that is used in the system. So that is why it is a one-time thing. And for the NIS2, that was in the picture itself with all the standards, and I think that is mainly the 2-1 and the 2-4, where the asset owner and the system integrator needs to agree on who is operating or how to operate the system and who is maintaining it. So there you already have, you need to update it, you need to maintain it. And I think that that is one of the parts that the NIS2 is pointing to, saying, okay, the asset owner is responsible for all the vulnerabilities and for everything that is in the system. So how does the system integrator deal with this? You need to have agreements on that.
Do you have an opinion on virtualization?
Yeah, the virtualization, it is a difficult one. So luckily, the clients that we have actually certified, they do not use virtualization yet. And luckily, all the clients that we're working with, they are going towards it. We're still in the process, but we do not have a clear answer on that either. So yes, it is a difficult one.
Maybe I can give an answer because we're working on virtualization of primary substations, and we are working to make the norm evolve, to be able to add to. That's the only way.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jürgen. Thank you, Boris. And I invite Richard to step to the stage. We will keep discussing certification now as a tool to demonstrate compliance. I think you have a mic.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you everyone, and again, great job on my colleagues, because they are kind of starting off with one of the parts that of what NIS2 compliance means, especially in the OT space. I'm also going to focus on the IT parts as well, and you mentioned that as well. Sometimes it's put in the forefront, but before that, I want to talk about something more general, more important that we are seeing right now, and that is the trends that we have with regards to global risks. So according to the Allianz Risk Barometer, what you can see here is that some of the key risks identified by risk managers, CISOs, and other leaders are cyber incidents, business interruption, changes in legislation and regulation among the top 5, as well as, of course, natural catastrophes, which can impact, especially in the OT field, many aspects, and which, again, are not specifically always covered by the cyber regulations, but at least with the critical entities regulation from the EU side that was mentioned earlier. So another point, and this is pretty crucial, is that for the first time they mentioned emerging technologies and the potential risks that come with that as one of the key factors that the companies consider to be problems. It, of course, increases the risk surface, but to basically delve into that, I will take a bit more time afterwards. So pretty short on me, I am vice chair of the AI/QI Consortium, which is an organization which is representing different TIC companies as well as standardization bodies with regards to developing and improving AI quality globally. And this is one of the parts of my work there is really related to looking into AI security standards and helping with the development of these. The other part of my, the other hat that I'm wearing is within the Charter of Trust, of which I'm going to talk about a bit more. The Charter of Trust is an alliance, and this alliance is basically was founded 2018 along the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference. You had some key players from, especially also from the European, but also US-American ecosystem coming together to collaborate on raising the minimum standard of cybersecurity. Because all of the companies that you can see here have huge supply chains if you calculate them together. So you're looking at Siemens, you're looking at Microsoft, Bosch, Infineon, as well as, of course, TÜV Süd and some other partners. So what the Charter of Trust does is we commit ourselves to going beyond the minimum standard, going beyond the regulatory requirements, at the same time as helping other market actors, especially SMEs, to fulfill these requirements. And part of that is, of course, the wider network. And we had presentations also here from academics. And of course, the regulators are also a critical aspect that we discussed, which need to be involved as well. So long story short, there are a couple of principles that we are working on within the Charter of Trust, from, again, having clear ownership of cyber and IT security topics up to security by default, one of the critical aspects now enshrined in the Cyber Resilience Act as well. We have a big focus on education, providing information on these topics. So again, feel free to reach out, and if you're interested to learn more about our work and what we're doing. So beyond that, of course, we are always in touch with the European Commission, with policymakers. We have a new Cyber Trust talk coming up in November 20th. On November 19th, you have the digital omnibus package that is going to be announced publicly by the European Commission. So this is basically, we are going to have a follow-up event directly after that in Brussels, and we are going to explicitly talk to them about how they implemented these requirements. And again, if you're interested, those are our positions on these regulations. We think it's really critical, and again, it was mentioned earlier by some of the colleagues from DNV. It was mentioned earlier that we have to also take the regulators into account. It's good if an industry can self-regulate, but at some point, again, you need to engage and have a clear position towards the policymakers. So basically, bringing together some of the things you heard before, I like to think of the European cybersecurity ecosystem as basically the gold standard for compliance, because it has some of the most strict requirements out there. That means that if any manufacturer, for example, or again, someone that is relying on these manufacturers as part of that supply chain, if they want to meet these requirements, they need to, again, look at the strictest requirements. If they can pass them, they can pass them for all. So what you can see here, logically, again, very, very simple. Cybersecurity is at the heart of everything. You have regulations covering products. You have regulations covering systems. Within these, between these distinctions, you have different regulations which focus more on the manufacturers or more on the operator side. And these today also include the supply chain. So when you look at the coloring scheme, the orange ones are upcoming requirements. We have the machinery regulation, which is updated to include, of course, also the AI-related aspects and the cybersecurity-related aspects, which were already in scope. You have the Cyber Resilience Act, one of the most critical regulations, again, also for many of our clients. This is exactly expanding the scope from all manufacturers of products with digital elements are going to have to comply with these requirements. And the AI Act, which is, of course, related to any type of software you have, where you are implementing AI, especially in the context that we're talking about here, where any type of malfunctioning cannot just have consequences for business interruption. It might potentially have consequences for people's lives or the environment. So the stakes are a bit higher here. So what can we do here? I'm going to focus on the CRA and the NIS2 directive. I'll make good use of my time, but to put it very bluntly, as I wanted to say, this is non-exhaustive, and I'm not saying that, again, all of these requirements always work in all cases. So there are harmonized European norms, such as the EN 18031 for the radio equipment directive. You have -1, -2, -3. But you can basically think of these standards as a great starting point. And for AI, we don't have many of these standards yet, for example. So for the AI Act, there's ISO 42001, which can be easily integrated with your existing IT security quality management system or information security management system, of which the next colleague is going to talk about. And but one of the key aspects here is you can start thinking about how these regulations interlink, and this is critical. If you are already certified for one or the other, then you can build on that and integrate that. And this is something that we do if we help our customers kind of fill this gap. So again, I'm not going to repeat everything you heard from the European Commission, but long story short, NIS2 was supposed to fully enter into force in October of last year. Half of the EU member states have not really implemented it, and these are the key sectors that are regulated. We're talking about essential entities, so these have the strictest requirements. They also have to proactively share information with the national cybersecurity authorities, whereas the important entities are going to have to do it post-incident. So in case, again, there's a specific inquiry or there was an incident, then they're going to take a closer look. DORA is double regulating the financial industry, so DORA came into force first, and so again, from that side, not perfect audience for this year, but critical aspect as well. So one note here, it's not the latest version, but only one additional EU member state needs to be added to that image. What you can see here is all the EU member states that have already transposed the NIS2 law. As you can see, some of the major players have not. Germany hasn't, France hasn't, Sweden hasn't. I was in Stockholm on Monday at the National Cybersecurity Conference there, and they haven't implemented the NIS2 requirements. What does that mean? There's this gap, and this gap is being used by threat actors, by cyber criminals that can basically abuse the fact that many companies have been delaying implementing good cybersecurity practices. So since NIS2 can also apply extraterritorially, it's critical that, again, if a company has a legal entity in the EU, that they can comply with these requirements if they fall within the scope of the work that you saw earlier. If they're part of these sectors, if they have more than 50 employees and a turnover of more than 10 million euros, you're definitely in scope. And again, essential sectors, regardless of your size or turnover. And again, so looking at the Netherlands, looking at Germany and Sweden, the story is the same. So basically, since the NIS2 implementation has not been implemented into national law in many of these EU member states, there's not the same type of pressure and the same consequences. So again, we're looking at this wider scope of obligations, the requirements to ensure that there's a continuous monitoring and reporting. You need to register with the cybersecurity authorities nationally. And again, if there are problems, if you are found to, as a CEO or as the management board, if you are found to not fulfill all of these requirements, there are more things than just reputational damage. The potential is that the CEO can actually be banned from holding a C-level executive position for a specific point in time. I think it's up to 3 years. Why? Because they want to make sure that you actually take this seriously. They can even be held personally liable if they have been found to be grossly negligent. So again, I'm not telling many of you something new, but again, to have it in one picture here, again, one of the key aspects that I want to highlight now is this interlink with the other regulations. If you look at the Digital Operational Resilience Act, Cyber Resilience Act, GDPR, you need to take this into account, and you also need to take into account the reporting obligations. So if you have an incident, you know what you do, right? You have a process, you are aware, hopefully your CEO or your CISO is aware of that process as well, and they have hopefully done some simulations or exercises to actually be able to again come up with a detailed report and not just respond to the incident, but also do the legal compliance follow-up. And what you can see here is if you go into the legal text, I've broken it down in a more simple manner. You have, again, these governance requirements, which again, to a large extent, focus on the management bodies and the requirements that they have to fulfill, including training. You cannot claim to be ignorant about it. You have to know it as a leader. In addition, in Article 21, you have all of the key cybersecurity risk management measures. And these can be mapped in many ways directly onto ISO 27001. You have the reporting obligations as well that I mentioned before, looking into the early warning, the detailed report within 72 hours, and then the final report once the incident is resolved. And the fourth part, and this is interesting, so in NIS2, they already thought about the future applications of the Cybersecurity Act, which, for example, contains the EUCC certification, which is voluntary, and now also the Cyber Resilience Act, which is mandatory in many cases. So that means that you cannot just claim that you're not affected. You cannot just claim, the manager cannot just claim, oh, it's not a problem for me because it's not part of my responsibilities to look into that. So for that reason, what we have been doing is really a lot of educating about this, but also, as I said earlier, engaging with the regulators, because it's not always easy for companies to understand all of these requirements. It's not easy for companies to implement all of these requirements, especially if you're part of such specialized industries as here in this room, you know. And so again, many of you are aware of one of the key information security management system standards in the world. This is basically been around for more or less decades. But the key aspect is that the European Union was hoping, when NIS was introduced, that companies would implement it themselves, ensure that there's a plan, do, check, act mechanism, a quality management system for your cybersecurity. Companies did not follow up. So we were basically talking, companies, we were talking to our customers saying, you definitely need this. They didn't care. It's the regulatory requirement that made the change. So now with NIS2, it's being taken seriously, and you can also see that, again, the scope and the need that to fulfill ISO 27001 can actually be mapped onto NIS2 pretty easily. So very simply, if you are not aware of the framework, this is 2022. They just updated it 2025. But one of the key aspects that you can see here is you have typical organizational controls, people controls, physical controls, technological controls. And all of these, again, are vague enough to apply them to your company if you haven't done so already. It's possible to, again, map it onto your specific company and then implement it accordingly. And what is pretty helpful is that the engagement with the European policymakers is paying off. So ENISA has been asked to come up with the technical guidance. You can look this up right now. There's a technical guidance on implementing NIS2. There are even mappings. These mappings, again, come with an asterisk. It doesn't mean that, you know, that's going to guarantee you compliance necessarily, but you will have a starting point to start implementing these requirements based on the mappings that exist. And this is again what is shown here. So IEC 62443, since it was already mentioned by the colleagues, IEC 62443 is kind of fulfilling multiple functions because it's so broad. It can apply specifically to manufacturers, or you can use the process-related aspects specifically for any type of company that, again, doesn't have an ISO 27000 certificate, but was asked by one of their customers, can you show us an IEC 62443 certification? They will have an easier time complying with these requirements. So what does that look like? Again, this is, for those that are not familiar, you've heard enough about IEC 62443 today, but what's really critical is the system level, the component level, so -4-2, you have -4-1 for security in the product development process, and then of course you have the system or industrial automation control system related requirements in the -3-1, etc. And based on these examples, you can basically start thinking about how you can demonstrate compliance with NIS2. So what we have started to do, and this is separate from our normal certification, we help some of our customers with a gap analysis. So why is that helpful? Companies can do it themselves, and you mentioned that before. Companies can always do a self-assessment. They can look at the ENISA documents, that's right, but sometimes they need an independent opinion. And that is why these risk assessments actually come in handy. By having a gap analysis, for example, if one of our competitors has certified the customer for us, then we can use whatever they have. We can use the ISO 27001 certificate, take a look at it, and expand the scope to fulfill all the NIS2 related requirements. We can do the same if there is an existing IEC 62443 certification in place. The other part is the narrow implementation to achieve NIS2 conformity. And for the narrow implementation, you're usually talking about smaller companies that are just going towards meeting the minimal requirements and not actually having the same robust model that would be required in most cases. So again, making it very simple. To practically implement this, keep in mind all the regulations I was showing earlier, which of these apply to you. This is part of any type of scoping. This is critical to any company. Where are the gaps and how do they affect me? If you are regulated under the Cyber Resilience Act, you might also want to take a look at the Data Act, which is governing who can access the industrial data that is actually being produced from your IoT devices. So that is a requirement that came into force basically this year, but the requirements are going to start to apply from next year. So to now cut this part short, again, what is, okay, let's stay with this for a second. What we do is we do preparation, scoping, risk assessment, documentation review, interview, and observations. And then again, you have the final gap analysis and the report. It's the same problem that the other colleagues were mentioning earlier. It's just one point in time. But we are setting up the customer to basically start and implement these requirements correctly from the start. If they maintain this, this is on them. They know that under NIS2, they can be held liable for this. So this is basically how this model can still function. And to basically close this off, again, for those of you that are aware of the Cyber Resilience Act, the key vulnerability reporting obligations are coming in 2026. You have then the full obligations across the CRA 2027. And again, what you can see here, we are at the point in time where the standards are being developed. And these standards are not complete yet. And this is why, again, I am interested to see anyone here that is willing to actually engage in standardization. There's EU funding out there. If you are actually willing to contribute to this, you will do all of us a huge favor because there's a lack of experts. We need more experts that will help develop these standards. And this is why it's essential that we have this conversation. So again, if you look at this intersection, Radio Equipment Directive, NIS2, Cyber Resilience Act, Machinery Regulation, AI Act. These are some of the key aspects you should take a look at, how they affect you. And if you do that, and you look at these regulatory deadlines, then you can ensure that you're prepared. You're not just fulfilling the minimum requirements today. So again, I'm not going to have time to go through all the other aspects, but again, if you want to keep your CE marking, you're going to have to comply with the CRA. Products and scope and so on can be left for a later discussion, but yeah, that's basically
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. So we are slightly out of time. Maybe time for a very short question. Otherwise, we will have the... Okay, Ricardo.
Sorry. So Ricardo Pimentel, working for the Luxembourgish grid operator. So some thoughts on the NIS2 mapping to ISO 27701. The first thing is like, depending on the transposition per country, it's recognized or not. So that's where we have some trouble. For example, for Luxembourg, they don't want to go directly to the ISO mapping. So that's one thing. And the second thing is like, I would say we need to keep in mind that being certified on ISO 27701 takes time and resources. And for companies that are currently entering into the NIS scope of application, first, they don't have the time, and they don't maybe have the budget or the knowledge to go find the right resource. So that's where we have some issues as well. Like the big players, we can get budget and people to work on those topics quickly, and even it will take time to be up to date. But for small actors or from companies participating into the supply chain part, it's a big challenge for them to enter into that logic, I would say.
Yeah. That's a very good point. The key aspect here is when we are interacting with the European Commission, we are talking about the requirements and how they can be adapted for the type of stakeholder we're talking about. Again, you can't expect the same type of implementation from all actors, but that leniency is also coming down to the national authorities. So depending on how that law, of course, has been implemented on a national level, which is, again, our position also within the Charter has been, if possible, in the future, any type of regulations with the scope of NIS2 should be an act or a regulation, so to say, not a directive. These directives are creating these challenges, and these directives are creating the headache of having to understand how NIS2 is implemented in Germany vis-a-vis France, vis-a-vis Estonia.
Maybe to piggyback on what you're just saying, like we participate to the Digital Omnibus, and that's one of the recommendations that we send, like, please take more the format of the GDPR, where you can apply it directly without any transposition and gaps between countries' application, in this case.
Yes, so it has the added benefit of, for example, if you look at NIS2, which can more easily be mapped onto existing standards than, for example, the CRA or other upcoming regulations. It has the added benefit of just ensuring that if something is a standard across all of the EU in the same way, this has a transformative effect because many companies are going to implement it and are going to comply with that even for their global operations if they see that it works. And this is critical as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. Big applause. And I invite Alex to join us on the stage. So we heard about the complexity of NIS, and Alex comes from Greece, one of those countries where the NIS2 was already transposed, and is going to share with us the meaning of a practical implementation of the regulation. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning from my side also. I come from Greece. My name is Spiros Alexopoulos. I represent the company DESFA. DESFA is a transmission system operator for gas. Actually, the only transmission system operator for gas in Greece. We don't have such a large grid. Today, we'll share with you some experience, some thoughts about the adoption of the NIS2 directive. This is the agenda. First of all, let me provide some context relative to our organization. Our company was established in March 2007. Previously, there was only one company for natural gas in Greece, doing both the trading and the transportation, which of course is not a good practice and also is not allowed by the regulation in Europe. So there was an unbundling and establishment of a separate company for the transmission. Some years later, we were certified as an independent transmission operator. And in 2018, there was a change in the shareholder structure. Now a consortium named Senfluga, from the Italian SNAM, the Spanish Enagas, and the Belgian Fluxys, and Greece Damco, they own 66% of the company, while the Greek state has a minority percentage. This is our network, 1,500 kilometers in total, including one LNG terminal station, one compressor station, and two more in the making, and also some exit points, limited exit points if compared to other European countries, that connect our grid to Bulgaria, Turkey, and tap the Trans-Adriatic pipeline that transports gas from Caspian to Italy. 95% of our revenue comes from regulated services because, of course, we are a natural monopoly. So the tariffs that the traders pay for the transmission of gas are regulated by the Independent Energy Authority for Greece. Now, some comments about the evolving cybersecurity threat landscape. The accelerating evolution of the risk cyber threats creates a new set of operational and regulatory risks for energy and utilities operators. And this highlights the need for proactive, risk-based defenses. Some key observations have to do with a rising sophistication of threat actors, including nation-state groups, including the usage of artificial intelligence. So the critical infrastructure like ours is always a target for disruption. I would also state the operational technology vulnerabilities. Convergence of the legacy industrial control systems with the corporate networks exposes the core operations of companies like a transmission system operator to modern cyber threats. A lot of discussion has been done today and yesterday about the world of the operational technology. From our side, as actual users of the technology, I would like to note this. Indeed, most of the equipment in the operating technology world are old. Sometimes it's even difficult to apply security updates. But the thing is, they work. At the end of the day, they do the work they were designed and manufactured to. So it would be a very huge investment to upgrade all the equipment to very modern standards. So sometimes what we do, and what we have chosen to do, is to segregate the world of OT from IT. So trying in this way to keep it more safe. Another observation in the threat landscape has to do with supply chain attacks. Third-party service providers and vendors remain frequent attack vectors with risks that come through the interconnected ecosystems. Of course, there is strong regulatory pressure and accountability, including regulations like NIS2. We observe that the risks become hybrid, having not only the cybersecurity element, but also a physical element, where the cybersecurity attack could affect the physical safety and the energy supply continuity. And finally, threats that are emerging, and we have to be careful, like AI-driven malware, ransomware as a service, and zero-day exploits. I will not stay a lot on this slide because a lot has been said about the NIS2 directive. It is supposed to be, it is built to be the cybersecurity framework applicable to all of the European Union. The scope of coverage is broader. Only in Greece, around 2,000 organizations fall under the scope of the new directive, which is a large number considering that many of those organizations up to now have not been prepared enough to apply the measures. security requirements are more strict. The oversight and accountability are stronger. The incident reporting needs to be faster, and the environment across the whole of the European Union needs to be harmonized. What was our response as a company to these requirements? Following the adoption of the NIS2 directive, we took action to assess the impact of the directive and align our internal cybersecurity practices with the new requirements. And the company demonstrated, of course, with the help of the management, a proactive commitment to meeting both the European and national regulatory obligations. We have already made an initial notification to the National Cybersecurity Authority, and there is in place a Greek legal transposition of the directive with a law and a joint ministerial decision. As a piece of information from the side of the National Cybersecurity Authority of Greece, there has been drafted and is available to everybody an assessment tool for the compliance with the new directive to help all the companies that need to implement. The implementation of an information security management system according to ISO 27001, with which we are already certified, was a great, I would say, foundation for compliance with NIS2, because at the end of the day, the threats in the cyber world, the risk assessments are the same. So since we were already certified with the ISO, it was very easy for us to continue and align with NIS2. As some points having to do with the alignment, I would mention the risk-based foundation, the framework of policy and operating instructions, what the ISO calls documented information, clarification of roles and responsibilities through the governance and ownership, maturity driven by audits, which already are obligatory under the ISO, and also enforcement enabled by technical tools like ServiceNow, Microsoft Defender, Active Directory, CM platforms, already embedded within the controls of the information security management system to meet the expectations of the directive. Now, as regards the posture of our company, according to the directive, we have we present in the slides for 10 areas the level of maturity of the company, having to do with the risk analysis and information system security, handling of incidents, business continuity. We were already in a good shape, I dare say, and following a gap analysis we did with the requirements of the directive, we have arrived at the posture we have now. As a final slide, I would share some insights. The implementation of the framework of the NIS2 gave us some ideas, some guidelines on how to prioritize targeted improvement actions. A first area of concern was the vulnerability and patch management. The directive highlighted the need to formalize and consolidate the handling of vulnerabilities and patching procedures into dedicated operating instructions, which we did not have. We are drafting now. We believe by the end of the year they will be approved and in place. So a number of practices were, of course, embedded within other documents, but now the visibility of the processes will be better. A very important area is the risk management of the supply chain. Actually, in the time of the Q&A, we could very much use any ideas of yours, any guidelines from yours on how exactly to implement the risk management for the supply chain for the third-party vendors, which of course is a requirement, but the practical steps to do it are not very clear. So what we already do is review the contractual clauses of our contracts. We specify obligations for third-party management to align with the NIS2 expectations. Up to now, there is not a very good reaction from the vendor side, because this creates quite a lot of bureaucracy. They are not happy to fill in questionnaires again and again. On the other hand, we have to request. And finally, the incident response, while guidelines already existed about that, also given by the National Cybersecurity Authority, compliance with NIS2 made us go faster with planned activities like detailed incident playbooks, which are important to understand what exactly to do in case of emergency, with clearer roles, with escalation paths, and with coordinations across technical and business teams. And this is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexopoulos. I think we have already one question in the first row.
Two things, actually. First, to address your question about implementation, practical implementation of supply chain risk management.
Yes.
If anybody needs something like that, I've got a pile of free resources. I can get you information, handbooks, guidance on how to
That will be
implement.
very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not aligned to NIS2, but the practical elements are similar. They're aligned to the NERC CIP 13. So in the States, that's been regulated for 5 years now, cyber supply chain risk management for power. So anybody who needs it, just let me know. I'll give you links. The other thing was on the practical piece, and I heard it in your presentation in one of the questions, for all of us to keep an eye out for, especially if we're working with the regulators or the policy stuff, is that distinction between the vendors. So when we went to implement all of supply chain regulations, naturally when you first design it, it's for big vendors, big corporations, or your mid-sized ones. We ran into major problems once we pushed these requirements down to our smaller vendors and independent contractors, because the assessments, the methodologies, the risk assessment requirements look very different because their architecture is very different. A small vendor may not have a full enterprise architecture. So it's something to keep in mind when you're designing your program. You're probably going to hit that problem, and one way we addressed it was to create resources as a companies to help our vendors and to align fit for purpose for different types of stakeholders, which I think you mentioned in the earlier, someone else mentioned in the earlier presentation.
Thank you. Very good point. Another question?
Covered, I think.
Question covered. Any other question? Okay, yeah, I have one. I have more than one, but the first one that I'm curious, once your company adopted, of course, the NIS2, is how did you feel, or how do you feel the reaction of your board members in relation of their new responsibilities on cybersecurity? Was there any change for good or for worse?
the short answer is that we had the full support and engagement of the management and the BOD. What is important to share is that in August 2022, we suffered a ransomware attack. So we were not very mature then. So then the need for a cybersecurity good posture was very well understood by the company, the hard way. So now we are all aligned and we work together. We don't have a problem with, for example, with budget. We don't have a problem to engage external consultants. We build a small team. I would say that the management is very supportive.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay. 2 new questions. Okay, the mic.
Hi, thank you so much. We're also sort of like in this phase of trying to get our access to compliance on NIS2. My quick question would be, your cybersecurity program, your ISMS, has it been aligned to your IT systems or both IT and OT systems?
If I understood the question correctly, is the ISMS aligned to our IT systems?
Like your corporate systems in IT or both your IT systems and OT systems?
It is the first implementation was built on the IT systems, but the policies, the procedures, the operating instructions, the awareness programs, they are not specific to the equipment. They are specific to processes. So also processes in the OT world are covered. What we are doing now in the context of an IT-OT convergence initiative is try to extend the IT focused information security management system also to the OT environment by following the guidelines of 62443, because as it is, 27001 cannot be applied in the OT world.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So, how do you do the disaster recovery drill? If it is for the OT and IT, if there's no boundary between OT and IT, how do you do a DR drill for the OT environment?
When you say no boundary, I say that they are segmented. No, not that there is no boundary.
No, I mean the policies, the ISMS policy or the framework that you follow, if it doesn't follow a separate framework or a set of policies for OT and IT, if the boundary I was talking about is on the framework level.
Exactly. It is not. We have not arrived there. We are working to arrive on the extension of the ISMS system. We are working to arrive where you say. At the moment, we are not there.
Okay. Thank you. I have one more point to add. It's not a question.
Sorry, we are running out of time, so if you don't mind, I will ask Damien to put the question. He raised the hand first.
Okay, just quick question. Having a few times lived about certification and regulation appliance, the difficulty is after. It's not the work to be compliant, is how you live. And it's been asked a few times about certification, how to be good the day after. So have you prepared that in the regulation preparation?
I can share our experience. We had the initial audit in a year and a half ago. So in summer, we had a surveillance audit. TÜV came again. We went through all the controls. We have I think it's very helpful to apply the awareness program and training program to all personnel, because always personnel is significant to be trained. Otherwise, one employee can do a lot of harm. Yes, if I understand the meaning of the question, it's easy to draft and approve the policies, but it's not so easy to implement in reality. We are doing our best for that, and it is always small steps. I mean, one step had to do with a project relative to data classification. So it was important to make everybody in the company understand that certain classification is in place. Everybody should follow the classification for emails, for documents, for etc. It needed a bit of training.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexopoulos. Please join me in the word. And I will invite Andrew Kling to step into the stage. This morning we heard Leon sharing his bolt-on solution for cybersecurity. Andrew is going to share the approach, the Schneider Electric approach for security by design. Andrew, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you. Do we have slides? We do. Look at that. So this is not an important slide for you to read. It's about who I am. But I did highlight a couple of the more important parts for you to pay attention to here. I'm a participating member of the ISA 62443 cybersecurity standard. In fact, I lead 62443 4-1, which is the SDL part of the 62443 standard. In fact, I think we should have a drinking game. Every time I say 62443 or somebody says 62443, we should drink. No. And I'm also co-chairing a work group to help drive 62443-41 forward. So that's really important for this discussion here today. So what's going on? Well, today there are a number of groups around the world that have been trying to evolve cybersecurity. In particular, in the topic for today's talk, around secure by default. We've had the Department of Homeland Services, CISA, in the United States. They wrote a paper last year, actually it's gone 2 years now, shifting the balance of cybersecurity. And the whole idea was that cybersecurity is unbalanced, that the balance, the heavy weight of implementing cybersecurity was falling to the asset owner. Those that were using products had to enable all those capabilities. This morning we heard from Boris and Jürgen about security level targets, security level capabilities, security level achieved. To achieve that, they had to set their target. They then have to enable those capabilities built into products. This is the challenge that we have, is that balance is really heavy on the side of the asset owner, and I think that there's a better way to do it. In fact, what we see is a lot of people think there's a better way to do it. This slide I use in almost every presentation I do. It's really about what are the drivers of cybersecurity? How do we move cybersecurity forward? And we heard someone mention earlier today that regulation was the only way. Avoid acts, move towards regulation. Regulation is the strongest driver out there. I come from an OEM, so an original equipment manufacturer. I work at Schneider Electric. And yes, we look at what our competition's doing, but when regulations come forward, this is what moves our organization better than anything else out there. We can write standards all day long, but unless our customers come and say, we want you to conform to this standard, or a regulation comes along and says, you need this cyber posture, and if you conform to this standard, you can use that as proof of conformance, it's very difficult to move cybersecurity forward. And I list a few others here. We've talked about insurance this week. Threat intelligence is a great one. It's also one of the weakest cybersecurity drivers, believe it or not. You know, you can be aware of a threat, but most companies say, I wasn't attacked today, I'm probably not going to be attacked tomorrow. And customer demand. Customer demand is pretty powerful, of course. So what are the key concepts of secure by default? It's not going to be a surprise to hear that secure by default is product should be secure out of the box. Well, that's not exactly achievable, but let's just keep that concept in mind. Products should be secure at the point where they're going into production. Least privilege access control, that's a very basic cyber principle. Built-in protections, this is what 62443, everybody drink, 62443 helps drive. Thanks, Jürgen. Secure update mechanisms. Well, look, in the OT industry, we don't see a lot of these secure update mechanisms, but in the IT industry, we see this all the time. Half of you are on laptops in here right now, and you look in that lower right corner, and you got all these little icons, and they're updating virus signatures and updating software and checking your driver states and looking into memory. All these little things are happening, but in the OT industry, we see precious little of that on these industrial components. So secure update mechanisms is certainly something we need to be moving forward on. And the secure development lifecycle has to, so as an OEM, we're developing these products, it has to evolve. We have to pick up these elements. We have to reduce user burden. Oh my goodness, cybersecurity, first and foremost, is incredibly complex. It's incredibly complex, and laying that burden at the feet of the asset owner who are not cyber professionals necessarily is unfair. So we have to make cybersecurity easier. In fact, I would say my 20, 30 years in the cyber industry here now, I would say this is the #1 issue that faces us all, is that cybersecurity simply is too complex. And then there has to be transparency and accountability. And we see that in the regulations, with reporting regulations that are emerging now. So if those are the basic principles of secure by default, let's take a quick look at 3 different roles. There are 3 different roles out here. There's the product supplier, that's us. We use 62443, and we set those capabilities in our products. Our products are all conforming to 62443. They all have cybersecurity capabilities as defined by those cybersecurity standards built into those products. That's what we do. Integrators and maintainers, they use 62443, specifically the 2-4 part, and they assess risks. We saw that process earlier today. They assess risks, and they develop a solution, whether it's directly implementing those capabilities in the product or applying countermeasures to deal with those risks that they define, but they deploy and maintain those solutions. So that's how the integrators, the roles of those deploying the systems, use these parts of 62443. And then there's the asset owner, who I said they assess the risks specific to their situation. This is the tricky bit, because every single plant, every single implementation of an industrial control system is unique. There's something unique about it. Even if they're identically implementing the same reference architecture over and over, they're in different parts of the world, and there are different threats that are present. There are different threat actors. Perhaps there's different technology that's being used. So every single situation ends up being quite unique. And they have to select those capabilities, those asset owners, and they have to implement and deploy them. And it's a continuous cycle. That's how I've drawn it here as a cycle. They have to keep looking at it. So the whole deficiency in the process, of course, is that the equation is unbalanced, and it leans heavily on the asset owner. As I say here, the quick drive-by view says, well, if you got all these capabilities in your products already, in your systems already, in your solutions, and your services already, Andy, just enable them by default. Turn them on. If you have on a PLC secure storage built into that PLC, that should be enabled by default. Yeah, well, the answer is yes, it should. That's called a standalone cyber capability. But the challenge is many cyber capabilities are implemented at the system level. So we heard a nice presentation earlier today about PKI and some of the challenges of PKI. Well, if you need certificates to be in place so that you can enable your secure protocol, so your secure protocol can take advantages of those capabilities built into the protocols. It's a layered approach of infrastructure. You have to build up these bricks in order to build up that defensive layer. So you can't out of the box say this PLC must have OPC UA with security enhancements enabled because it simply isn't feasible. You need all of these pieces built up behind it. So we come to this perfect storm now. We come to the point where CRA, CISA, OPC Foundation with OPC UA, the 62443 series. I was working on Secure by Default 2.5 years ago. We started this conversation. Not that CRA wasn't already indicating that this was happening, but we were all working on this concept. I listed 10 here, and it's just because any more than that and it gets unreadable. But so many people around the world were having this conversation, trying to drive this concept of secure by default forward. I would even say that 62443, when they wrote the parts that OEMs used, the 4.1 part, the SDL, the 4.2 part for components, the 3.3 part for the systems, when they wrote these parts years ago, we talked about secure by default then. And the pushback of those who contribute to the standard, who vote on the standard, was not yet. It's too complex, it's too much to push out. Well, guess what? It's 2025, almost 2026, and all these people are talking about it. Now's the time. Now's the time. Now's the time to close the loop. And so that's what we're doing. We're saying that the world is talking about this. The equipment manufacturers are listening, and they're conforming to these standards. They also have to use these standards as proof of conformance to the NIST directive, to RED, to CSA, et cetera. And ISA, as a developer of the standards, we've also recognized that all of these people are coming together and saying it's time, so let's add secure by default to our standard. So that's what we're doing. We're closing the loop. If I can go back, yeah, really quick. So we had regulations. We had, in this little loop that I have on the side, we had awareness of the need for this. We had the need for proof of conformance to these existing and these emerging cyber regulations. The standards were in place, but what was missing was that piece in 62443 that drove this concept home. Why? Because if we put it in the standards, it's not just Schneider Electric. It's Honeywell, Yokogawa, ABB, Emerson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody in the industry uses these standards. They're all going to build secure by default into their product. By adding it to this one standard, we close the loop, we help everybody conform to these regulations, and we can move the world forward with secure by default. Okay, so how are we going to do this? How do we put it into the standard? I won't take you through a lot of all the moving parts, but I will say that it starts by putting it into 4.1, which is where the practice of developing these cyber capabilities that go into the product, where that practice starts. That's where the conversation starts. So this is what's being written into the standard. This is what we're putting in. Not word for word, no, we've had to go through editorial passes and it's getting tweaked a little bit, but it says first, number one, each self-contained standalone cyber capability shall be enabled to the appropriate level, that's the target. The appropriate level, the targeted level, to address known threats and risks. Known threats and risks. In the cyber standard, we have the concept of intended use. We're building a product, it's intended to be used in the water and wastewater industry, or it's intended to be used in oil and gas, or gas pipeline. So we build these products, we know where they're intended to be used. We also know about the capabilities we put into the product. We also know about threat actors out there in the world. We also, so with all this information, we can build up a generalized awareness of the risk situation. We know the risks that are out there. We know there are threat actors that are taking advantage of these capability. This technology of these industries. We know this that's out there. So in number one, we're saying if you have a capability and you're aware of a risk, that capability needs to be enabled to the level that will address that risk. And number two and three go together, and actually they could be moved together. But if it's one of those things like enabling a secure protocol, you can't just enable it because protocol is point to point minimally, and both ends have to be enabled. We have to say, hey, wait a minute, your OPC UA security capabilities aren't enabled yet. You need to do something about it. Just like when you get in your car and you don't put your seatbelt on and your car is telling you you're at risk, you're at risk, you're at risk, and it's annoying as hell. We need to be annoying as hell. Simply put, we need to be annoying as hell. Now, at some point, of course, we have to be able to say the customer has countermeasures in place, compensating countermeasures in place, and I don't need to wear a seatbelt because I got an airbag system. That's a stupid example, but you get what I'm saying is that they can accept the risk. You can accept the risk. So a customer, the asset owner ultimately gets to decide, is this risk acceptable to me or not? That's part of the risk assessment process. So the annoying messages can go away. But that's what we're saying with 1, 2, and 3 here. Be aware of the risks, address the risks right from the moment that you're designing that product. In fact, in the standard, it falls under the Secure by Design portion of the cybersecurity standard. So the threats and risks are identified, the components and system capabilities are enabled. On the left side over here, left side, right side, left side to you, sorry. On the other side over here, I point out that while it starts in 4.1, the SDL part, ultimately this has to cascade into other parts of the standard itself. So we start here with the concept. We take that concept of secure by default, we implement it in 4.1, and we push it up to the series consistency committee, which is 1.1, and they take that concept and they describe it at this base level in 1.1, and then it flows out into all those other parts of the standard. Yes, 62443 is complex, but it's meant to be comprehensive in what it's trying to achieve, which is one of the things that makes it so valuable and why we play drinking games with 62443, because everybody's using it. Every role has a piece of it. So the key takeaways, can't believe I did this. Normally I do this in an hour. This rebalances that equation of who has to put these capabilities into practice, into use in the field. Oops, I went backwards by mistake. It eases the burden. Some of that reduction of the burden there that I talked about. It eases the burden on integrators, maintainers, and asset owners to always make those right decisions because they're not always aware of at the same level of the risks, the threats out there that OEMs are, where we have departments dealing just with threat awareness, where we have teams performing threat models on our products against our reference architectures. So we're helping make some of those decisions earlier, shifting left earlier in the process. And overall, it should really help us improve cyber preparedness. And it shifts the mindset from optional, you have the capability of using a secure protocol, to mandatory. It really, you should have this on, you're at risk, click that seatbelt on and take away that risk. And by enabling all these things, we're also promoting a level of consistency because we know these capabilities are all going to be getting enabled, that we spend all this time building into our product. So I believe that's it. Yeah, that's the end of my slide deck here. I'll take 2 minutes worth of questions.
Thank you, Andrew. And we have several questions. Okay.
What are we drinking? Oh, sorry.
Yep. Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very clarifying. But I have 2 questions. The first is, how do you envision this mission of simplify cybersecurity, as it is by essence a very subjective matter?
Yeah.
And second is about what you said, your example about the protocols. it is just an opinion about it, because sometimes we come across with situations where you have, for instance, two technologies, let's say SCADA server that works with MQTT, IC104, OPC UA, and Modbus. And at the end, even though you have two SCADA servers perfectly capable of working with modern protocols, professionals will decide to work with the most vulnerable protocol in the OT industry, which is
Right.
Modbus, right?
This
It baffles
is the challenge
me.
of legacy. This is the
Exactly.
challenge of legacy, and the reality is there are millions of Modbus devices or T104
Yeah.
devices out there, and we're not going to eliminate. We're not going to eliminate them not only in my career but in our lifetimes. They're still going to be out there.
But I believe there's this mindset that cannot be tackled with regulations, neither regulations nor norms like IC 643, right?
Yeah.
And that's, I think that's the biggest challenge we have. It is about awareness of.
So the two questions are related. I think you recognize that. They're related because at some level, customers have achieved, I got my system up and running using T104, using Modbus, using all these legacy protocols that are, let's face it, insecure by design. We got them up and working. They chose the simplest path. They got it working. So how do we make the more modern protocols as simple to use as those legacy protocols? That's the challenge that we face. And the second part about the millions and millions of devices that are out there that are using these protocols, no, we're not going to regulate them away tomorrow. But we have to start or we won't be there. So I play this game of, in 20 years out in the future, do we imagine the world to be in a secure position based on what we understand today? And the answer is yes, of course. Well, in 10 years, well, yeah, there's still going to be some legacy devices. In 5 years, and you keep winding the clock back to, what do I need to be doing today to achieve that target in 10 years and 20 years? We have to start somewhere. We have to start by putting the regulations in place and evolving our cyber standards that move those regulations forward, that put them into practice. We have to start somewhere in order to get to that point in 20 years.
I understand. Just going back, I don't want to insist on that, but
I think we're out of time, but
I'm sorry.
Yes, we are. But we still have 2 questions at least.
Just a quick question. Thanks for the presentation. I'm personally a big fan of 4-1. And I think it's. Do you see part of it evolving actually, and which part?
So 4.1 is under development right now. We're about 1.5 years in. There are many parts that are evolving 4.1. We've added awareness of artificial intelligence. We've added new sections. Well, on secure by default, we've added new sections on configuration management. So yeah, there's about a dozen areas where it's evolved. It will be emerging. That version that I'm talking about will be emerging for comment here within days, maybe already. I saw email exchanges this morning.
Just a quick question. From my point of view, I would rather prefer the suppliers to be at highest maturity level of 4-1 than having security levels of that has to be reassessed frequently. Do you think how does Schneider work on that?
So first off, we recognize that not every group will be at the same maturity level. For those of you who may not understand, in 4-1, there are 4 levels of maturity that you can certify yourself against using the standard. And so we recognize that different groups are all on their maturity road towards becoming that top level maturity. We certify our standard to the top level. We hold everybody accountable for achieving that, but it takes time for them to work to develop those skills, that new group, that acquired company, whatever, to get to that level. But we do set the target at the highest level.
Thank you, Andrew. Last question. Please make it short.
Yes. I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining, but I really do agree with you when you say like a lot of regulations need to shift from the asset owner to the operations and maintenance team or the OEMs, because there's not enough like cybersecurity expertise at the asset owner level. my question would be, how do you see sort of like regulation taking shape in terms of shifting some of the responsibilities from the asset owner to the OEM or the operations and maintenance team? For example, the needs to places or accountability on the asset owner. Do you think that there should be sort of like a way to shift some of those responsibilities from the asset owner to the operations and maintenance team, considering that they're the experts?
So if I understand your question, ready to continue to rebalance across all different parts, not just within the standard, but external to the standard. Are there regulations like NIS2 that can push back on standards to help them move along?
Yeah, so I think it's more like, my question is more like, NIS2, for example, places the accountability of compliance on the asset owners.
Yeah.
And the asset owners are not essentially cybersecurity experts. The operations and maintenance.
This is where free market comes along, though. And asset owners should be saying, look, I have two choices. I can choose a product that helps make it easy for me, that gives me this NIS2 conformance, or there's this other product that is a bit more basic and perhaps doesn't. Free market has to, the asset owners have to make a decision to work with the products that are going to help enable them.
Yeah, but again, like, I mean, NIS2 doesn't just apply to like new assets, they apply to also assets in the past. So for example, we have an asset that was built, I don't know, maybe sometime in 2010, with PLCs that have sort of like Modbus or examples, and there are all these cybersecurity risks, but we have acquired the assets, we're the asset owners now. We do not have cybersecurity expertise, the way the operations and maintenance team would have cybersecurity expertise, but the assets needs to comply to NIS2. What happens is there's a lot of sort of like accountability on us without any expertise. We've acquired an asset that we do not know has all these vulnerabilities, and the operations and maintenance teams are like, look, NIS2 is not, we don't need to comply to NIS2, you need to comply to NIS2, so we're not going to do anything about it.
Oh, so this is really the legacy question of those millions of devices. How do we get them to that point? Well, I think this is a big challenge. So the biggest challenge OEMs face often is we have newer products, but customers, when they buy a product, they want to use it for 10 years, 20 years. Sometimes there's one family of products that contractually we have to support for 40 years in a particular industry. And this is a real challenge. How do we keep them upgrading? That's why I wrote in some of the capabilities. We have to have paths for managing upgrades to get them to the latest versions. I realize that's a very simple answer to a very complex question, so maybe we can take it offline.
Thank you. That's a good discussion to continue on the break during the lunch. So thank you very much. Big applause. Thank you for this excellent morning of work. And we meet again at 2:00 in this room for the last mile of this conference. Thank you.
yeah, here's the last 5 minutes roughly for Q&A. And will you take it for the Q&A, or how do we do it best? So will you do the Q&A?
No, I just open the Q&A part and leave it with the audience.
Okay. So we will do whoever feels like answering.
So I think we can start. So I think we can start. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back and congratulations. This is a very resilient team. We are not on the second day of the conference. We are on the last mile of the conference after lunch, and it's not raining, and so it's great to be here with you. So we will start. I will invite Dirk Stegeman from Boston Consulting Group to step on the stage. We are going to start with a panel, and we will dive a little bit more on the IT/OT gaps, collaboration, and different paces, and how to manage this not so old, but not a new, but an issue for sure. So thank you. Please, you can introduce your members of the panel.
Yes, happy to. So welcome to the stage 2. And we also have our third panelist joining online, Richard.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
We can see you now. Very good. All right, so I'll just pass it on to you guys for a quick introduction, I would say. So Richard, maybe let's start with you, right? Online people first.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Eich. I'm coming from the Hungarian TSO, Mavir. I'm the head of IT security, responsible for both IT and OT security at the moment. Of course, in OT security, we have separate professionals, but the overall responsibility is at my desk at the moment.
Nice to meet you all. I think I've got the opportunity to talk to some of you guys. My name is Romulo Caliri. I work for European Energy. I am the OT architect, and I come from IT, and I moved to OT in 2018, 19, where I got passionate about, and I've been working since then.
Good. Hi all, my name is Mohammad Jawad. I work in utilities in Ireland, dedicated to ESB networks as an OT cybersecurity, and I'm also bridging the gap between IT and OT these days with them. My primary role is to do the security assessment for OT critical assets, as ESB is one of the critical infrastructure for air grids and everything. I also do the lectures in the college as a part-time in the cybersecurity domain, again on IT. So as Romulo mentioned, I am also 15 years in IT and last 2 years in OT. So that's me. Thank you all.
So then I think it's time to sit down now.
All right, yeah, I was about to suggest the same thing.
Right, so our panel is about bridging the gap between IT and OT teams, and that last word is very important. And this is also backed by a study that we did a while back and keep updating, which says that more than 70% of cybersecurity incidents have their root causes in trouble with people and processes, and only the remaining 20-something% have a technology root cause. So in this sense, this topic about bridging the gap between teams and people actually gets well-deserved attention, I would say, as part of this panel discussion. So maybe, since this is about people, let's start off with a little characterization. So what, in your experience, does a typical IT person look like as opposed to a typical OT person? So what are they after, and what is top of mind for them, so that we create a bit of a picture who we are looking at.
So I'll start with being an IT professional for the last 15 years. The thing which is always in our mind is patching the system, threats, ransomware attacks, cloud, how to secure business continuity. So the main risk for being an IT person is securing the data. On the other side, if you think about OT, the primary concern is safety, regulatory requirement, uptime. Another challenge which I feel is the fear of intervene of IT while we are in OT, and IT person will intervene and they try to cross their boundaries, which the people don't like because of the cultural difference. And also the regulatory tensions with the OT is more critical. So the risk for OT people is more on the safety plus uptime. So that's the key difference which I feel IT and OT has, and we try to, definitely the upcoming discussion as well, but we try to bridging the gap between them, and the main thing is to have the trust.
Yeah, I think we said pretty much everything, right? Yeah, I would just add one point, which is I think in general, both IT and OT professionals don't have any clue about what is on the other side of the fence. So OT, they understand IT pretty well. They don't understand the benefits of having something like a segmented environment, for instance. That's and the other side is also true. IT professionals don't understand what a PLC is about. And I think that is where the gap resides. We'll be probably exploring this topic a bit more, because I think it is somehow two different worlds that overlap somehow in between those areas, when OT devices need to be connected to the, well, nowadays your network, right? Not a electrical signal, not a hardwire connection. So I think that's the main point in this discussion. That's where this gap is created.
Well, from my experience, what I see the main difference between IT and OT people is that OT people are trained to avoid barriers, to do anything to continue the production, to have the appropriate uptime. And on the IT side, I see that what does the IT guy like? If things are working in a standard operation, we have standard equipment designed for large community, large employee amount. On the other hand, OT is a specific area, low amount of devices, but for specific purposes, and colorful infrastructure, working in a colorful infrastructure versus on the IT side, working in a standardized way. So that maybe this working environment describes the approach and the culture of these people.
We have time for one more point. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Right. I think just to depict the difference, I think one good example that I just thought is about, if you consider what you said about availability, right, in the CIA pyramid. Yeah, availability is, as everybody knows here, is paramount on OT environment. However, IT professionals probably have more maturity to design a solution with availability as part of that architecture, whereas OT professionals don't understand that having, for example, two PLCs attached to two different network gear will provide that availability that they need with a high level of SLA, like 99.99% per year. So I think once that can be clarified in both sides, we tend to deploy successful projects.
Yeah, just one last sentence on a lighter note. When you see IT, they want to patch, and when you talk about patch and OT, they don't like it. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so clearly there are differences, and you could just say, okay, so then let's the IT people do the IT stuff and the OT people do the OT stuff, but it's not that easy,
But
unfortunately.
in a long story short, I think that's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You alluded to it already, and we've heard this multiple times during the conference already. There's this thing called IT-OT convergence, so there is a growing intersection of IT and OT that creates a need for collaboration between these two groups. So from your experience and also in your organizations, what are the main business drivers and use cases behind this convergence and this growing intersection that then creates this need for collaboration across these boundaries?
Okay, yeah. So I see and I believe the collaboration is needed because digitalization. Business want to have the visibility of IT and also their production on the system. They want to empower the customer. They want to be competitive, and the only way it is possible when the both IT and OT collaborate. They want to have a full visibility in the single pane of glass. So basically, IT and OT is not a technology initiative anymore. It's a business requirement, which business need to be sustained, business needs for competitive, and also the cost reduction because of the cloud and other technology we are seeing. So they need to have a collaborative approach to have connected in the connected world. So it's a business requirement and the public demand to have have everything on their palm. Just one example, like I have solar in my home and I need to see how much I am using, how it is possible on my phone while I'm here and my home in Ireland. So it's all connected, and when you increase the connectivity, they increase the threat surface. So the security increasing, but this is what the business need and the people demand.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think before we turn on the solution mode and go and get into the weeds, I think we should step back and put those right people in the meeting room and ask because the expert will ask the right questions. And so before we even talk about redundancy, network redundancy, PLC redundancy, I think we have to step back and have a clear view about what problems we want to tackle. And that comes, and that's going to be the way to achieve the proper tools that the business need to be implemented.
Yeah, well, the business itself is data driven, and from that point, when a business is data driven, IT is unavoidable. So at the end of the day, most of the OT equipment are based on IT stuff. I mean, at least, okay, not the PLCs, but maybe the PLCs as well. But above that level, so above this sensor level, IT is needed. So therefore, the collaboration itself is within our everyday.
So if you're then looking at the overall tech estate now consisting of IT and OT and the growing intersection of IT and OT, where do you see, from a cybersecurity standpoint, the biggest challenges in doing the right thing as a joint effort? So maybe across the generic NIST categories: govern, identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. So where are the biggest challenges in doing the right thing together?
Yeah, Derek, as you mentioned, challenge is huge. As it is a culture difference, initially they were like completely different, siloed. They don't want to be integrate, and it's a culture difference. As I mentioned, there's a fear of IT integration as well. But we see the business requirement is different. We need to be collaborate. We need to be integrate. So the few challenges, as you mentioned, they have a different initiatives, different timelines, different regulatory requirements as well. If I talk about specific to the NIST, the governance is the ownership. There is no single ownership now, as IT report to CISO and OT reports to the operation head or the management suite. So there is a governance difference. Identification, the asset visibility is not clear for the IT, for the OT perspective. The asset visibility is one of the challenge in IT. We have a data center, we have these things managed. So there is another challenge for the integration as well. Then we come up with the protect. The IT talk about segmentation and zoning, but OT talks about the safety. In terms of detection, they talk about the SOC integration and the collaboration. That is the limitations on that, which OT comes up as a challenge. Then response and recovery. In the response, there is no playbook for OT perspective for the safety to be covered the safety, but IT has the tabletop exercise. In that way, it is not easy to just test the environment in the OT for a disaster recovery, while in IT, just on the Sunday, you just put the one data center down for an hour downtime. And the recovery, like you cannot recover the PLC or the RTUs the way you recover server or reboot. So these are the key high-level challenges as per the NIST framework, as well as the real life. And the biggest challenge is trust. They don't want to cross the boundaries. So it's a management role play to connect them and take the ownership in a central way.
I think this topic slightly overlap with my question to the speaker was talking about IC 62443 before, which is in terms of regulations. I think it is all right. Having the regulations doesn't imply on having the proper tools applied to implement to be implemented in a project. What I mean with that is that, as you said about the implementation of zones and conduits. That's a subjective matter, and that will probably change based on the specific scenarios, like if it's energy industries, that's going to be implemented one way, and also based on the people who understand what these standards are for. So I think it's a very complex question, to be honest, because it is very broad. But I agree that governance is very challenging because it will require a strong governance to align with the cybersecurity standards that you intend to implement across your fleet. Yeah, that's my view on it.
Well, I only could just reinforce the statements heard before, because what I see is that from the NIST perspective, response and recovery, it's given because of the culture of OT people, because they are really trained for avoiding barriers, fixing things, bring up the production, bring up the utilities online as soon as possible, no matter what. So that would be fixed, not in a standard way. Just I would say ad hoc, randomly, what is needed, they will figure it out. We can trust that. the governance is missing, and because of missing the asset list, we don't know what we need to protect. We don't have the appropriate governance still, which would control the OT environment, because of the nature, like I mentioned, that solutions are needed extremely fast, and governance is also a slow business. So therefore, based on missing the right governance and the identification of our assets, the detection is hardly completable, and also the response is that's what I see.
Yeah. So there is help needed, and especially from the business leaders, and especially from those that sort of started it, right, with the use cases that we discussed in the beginning, that sort of are the drivers for the IT-OT conversion. So in your view, what are they supposed to do in order to help remediate these challenges? Especially, so if we look at our clients and we look for, let's say, the lowest ranking boss that has both IT and OT under him, and in quite some cases, that's the CEO, which doesn't make it easier. So what is your view in the business leader's responsibility in all this?
I think it's a leadership alignment, and as you mentioned, governance. We forcing, and that is why the NIST and the frameworks calling out the governance and the ownership is very important to align them. The risk alignment, create the trust boundaries between them to overcome those challenges, and also empower the both. Not only the IT, not only the OT, clear alignment of the roles and responsibilities, that who's responsible for what, and empower them and give them as a both IT and OT. And the most important thing is this management. It's not only the IT has to train on OT and OT has to train on IT, it is management has to train as well to understand what they both need. So that is what the starting point to address those challenges.
Yeah. Within this ownership scope, I think we have to indeed bring the different experts together, and as someone said yesterday, that should be one, I wouldn't say homogeneous team, because, well, there are different types of expertise within an IT group and an OT group. But I think it is important, and this is what I personally try to do with my peers, with an IT architect, with the enterprise architect, is exactly to bridge this communication, to say, hey, we are in it. We are all together in this mission. We are in the same boat, and not IT and OT boats separately, you know. So although we have our limitations in knowledge, but we have to fully trust that our peers are doing the right thing. And if there is a requirement that comes from them, or a request, I have to trust that this request makes sense for the holistic solution we are adopting. And so if I could say, everything comes down to one word, which is trust within your team.
Yeah, well, there is an odd saying here with us, is that the fish always stinks because of the head, and this means that without the proper approach and the alignment from the leadership side, the whole collaboration is dead. I mean, from the OT side, we need the leaders to communicate tolerance, enforce the tolerance of people, because of the way how IT works. They need to tolerate it and try to utilize it. On the other hand, in IT leadership, alongside with the tolerance, we need to enforce flexibility, and we need to raise the pace. And both things are coming from leadership directives, leadership perspectives, because no one will ever go to the OT guy to oh, hey guys, let's discuss how it should work. And none of the OT guys will go up to go to the IT that, come on, we need a solution which is secure enough and works like this and this and this and brings the appropriate solution. So the discussion between these sides has to be connected, has to be entitled, and this is the responsibility of the right leaders to sit at the right table, to the same table, and bring all the people to that table together and figure out the solution.
Anything to add from you?
I was actually thinking about your question, how that could be conveyed to the C level part of the organization, and this is in my opinion, of course, is a very challenging question, because how can you translate cybersecurity needs? Listen, I'm gonna buy this tool to protect our power plants, because it is not only about NIS2 compliance or whatever standard you name, but it is also to give me to enable me to have visibility across our fleet. But how can you translate that to a finance person who you need to take that decision, invest the money, and give me the budget to make to purchase the right tool? You know, I think that is very challenging. I don't know how to answer that question yet. Maybe next year, when the group gets together, I will be able to give you that answer.
Yeah, just I want to share one real life example which I am facing, and I'm still facing now, because I'm kind of collaborating between IT and OT. And and being a contracting, like you see from the bird's view, like how the IT and OT are distracting or repelling each other while gathering the information. There is a fear that the IT will take over the OT jobs in terms of the cybersecurity requirement. But I feel it is not the case. It will help to bridge the gap of the skill set as well, because we see the serious skill set gap in the cybersecurity. While train both each other in the IT or in the cybersecurity is definitely beneficial for organizations, and also this gap will bridge the connectivity and collaboration more. So in my personal experience, I think it is beneficial to connect, but in the real life, when you have a OT experience for multiple years, you know how the PLCs and all the other ICS controls work, where you need a good experience to understand that. You have a boots on ground. While IT people sometimes try to say like, okay, this is just another operating system. No, it is not. The protocols are different. The languages are different. So we need to understand that we need both, and we need to train each other as well, so that it will reduce the dependency and we have a resilience and connectivity.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I just thought of a bonus question, because we had a discussion over lunch about it. So if you were to hire, if you are hiring experts in cybersecurity that are supposed to tackle this intersection of IT and OT, so what are the key skills that you would be looking for in such a profile?
Okay, I'll go again. So the key skill sets, it's the understanding. Basically, it's purely the understanding. This is the critical infrastructure. You can't bring the resources to manage the environment who don't have the good expertise on all the experience. So skill set is definitely the element which brings in, and then the collaboration. And we need to understand what's the pain point, what is the issue we are resolving, and we need to do the combined effort to resolve those issues. So that's the key point from my side.
There are, I think, 2 points there. The first is a personal trait, and the other is the technical expertise. I think from the personal trait, I would say I would look for someone who has empathy and patience. I think that is a must-have skill for bridging that gap. And for the technical side, I would say preferably, which is something hard to find, have a professional who experienced both sides, IT and OT. That's, in my opinion, ideal, because that person can not only understand what the technicalities are, what the constraints are, what the mindset of those professionals are as well. I think that's super important. But also it can help, exactly, back to the topic, bridge communication and straighten out this communication in between both teams.
Well, I'm usually putting the weight on the personality, because hard skills could be obtained much more easily than soft skills. So I'm always looking for a person who is a how we can instead of why not. So I think you all know what I mean. That I always need a person who is seeking for the solution. And the person who is seeking for the solution is always open for discussion and open for learning new things. You will not find, and believe me, I tried for years. You will not find a personnel who is expert in OT and IT both, and also in security. So anyway, you need to bring up the knowledge of an OT personnel or blue collar personnel. To give some OT knowledge, or vice versa, an IT personnel who is willing to understand how automation works. So when you get used to that, you will not get all in one box when you're interviewing someone, or maybe in these days you can, but you will not be able to afford it. Your HR department will not pay that.
Can I just add? Yeah, just for the sake of clarity, when I mention OT and IT, a professional who has experience in both fields, I don't mean from the technical perspective that this person must know everything, because this professional simply doesn't exist. Both OT and IT worlds have so many complexities and so many scenarios. They are uncountable. The crux of the matter is, I think one must experience both worlds, because then one will understand what how each word works, and how those people, OT professionals and IT professionals, are able to or think about one specific subject. I'm not sure if I was clear now.
That's fine. So again, on the lighter note, Richard, you mentioned that you didn't find the person with the IT OT experience and the softer skill. So is it okay to share my CV with you?
Sure. Hungarian is an easy language. Willing to learn,
Well, I would say ChatGPT works.
Oh yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah.
There we go. Let's switch gears for a moment and look at the other area that might be helpful or not? And that would exactly be my question. So if you look at the evolution of the regulatory landscape and also the standards in this area, so kind of this 27001 versus 62443, is this rather helping or not helping, bridging the gap and supporting collaboration?
I think in general it is a good reference. I personally had experience with implementing a solution and come across several times with, but is it a requirement? And I think especially in the beginning of my journey in OT, where I came from this IT world, and I thought, you know what, I'm just putting a fire in front of your items or whatever. So for me, it was so obvious that it is a best practice that I have to place that fire in there to protect your asset. I remember I was caught for the first time explaining what that fire was needed. And for me, it was very odd. So having regulations like NIS2, although it's a directive, or NERC-CIP, for instance, in the US, I think it helps drive the requirements toward a more cybersecure environment, right? No matter if these norms are, let's say, straightforward like NERC-CIP is, or subjective like IEC 62443 is, I think it is important having these requirements in place, because maybe that will be accessible, let's say, for a group of people who are expert in cybersecurity. But at the end of the day, that will affect the overarching architecture that you will be seeing across different power plants. So, yeah, I think it is a good drive in general, to be honest.
Yes, regulations definitely help to bridge the gap. It is helping and supporting to combine and get them closer. We discussed yesterday about GDPR, IEC 62443 earlier, and the other compliance and regulation requirement. They are not our enemies. They are helping us to bringing and putting. Yes, there is a pressure. We need to do it. We have to do it, and people take it as an pressure and challenge. But on the other side, the core purpose of that is to have security in place. You enforce in place parameters to avoid the breaches, avoid the vulnerabilities. So and definitely it is helping, serious help. But there are some complexities as well. As we see the OT challenges, they see is different way. We know OT is a critical infrastructure, but the compliance requirement for the difficult documentation and stuff, it's definitely giving them a serious challenge. So in summary, it is beneficial. The regulations are really beneficial.
Yeah, well, I can go with that, but with a caution. Regulations could be a medicine for curing the gap between the IT and OT. But if you're trying to follow it blindly, it is making the gap more wide, because there will be no system at all which will be flexible enough to comply with all the regulatory requirements, for example, of NIS2. But it's also like every crisis is an opportunity. It is an opportunity that, first of all, come on, hey, we have a regulatory here. You see, we need to comply with stuffs. And then when you're faced with the technical issues or logical issues that you are not working in a way that it is fully compliant, you will need to be able to go for risk acceptance. And if there is a point where you as an IT personnel supporting the OT personnel, because of the business logic is requiring that acceptance, and you can bring up a good solution for that, it will enhance the trust between you. So if you are not forcing each and every aspect and control line down, the OT side, you will earn respect and trust. On the other hand, it's a sharp tool. Be careful.
I think that I kind of agree with you in the sense that we should be careful to not become, let's say, a dictatorship, right, of regulations, right? However, I also don't see regulations in general becoming something set in stone, something that is a rigid model to be followed. So you have to protect these devices in this segment using this cybersecurity control. Otherwise, you're not compliant. I've never read anything like that. So although there is a regulation, there are norms. I think there is still room for negotiating which kind of cybersecurity control do I want place in my architecture, right? So, yeah.
And I think that brings us to the Q&A part, right, for the last 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's time to open discussion to the audience. So, one question, Damien, please, be my guest.
We heard about IT and OT conventions for years now, and the IT guys thought they could learn OT, how to make computer science, but I think what I feel now is the OT guy are going to teach the IT guy how to make resilient systems. Do you see that coming?
What I see, well, even in IT, resilience, we always work on the CIA triad, like confidentiality, integrity, availability. Availability comes a little bit later, but in the OT, the availability comes first. There is a business continuity. We always see like disaster recovery, performance. These are the things which is in the IT. But as I mentioned in the start, the risk is data. Secure the data first, and then it's okay to send the email in later in 5 minutes, or if there is a delay. So it's a both side. They both has to train, or both has to educate each other as well. They need to learn the resilience as well. And on the other side, on the OT side, there is a performance and the connectivity requirement, which OT need to understand that patches are important. If it's need to be done, then we just need to come up with a plan, like what system go first. Then OT will tell us this is more critical, this is our crown jewels, we need to secure them first.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't think that teaching is what's going to happen between both areas. I don't think a network engineer want to learn something about PLC. I don't think a PLC professional want to learn about VLANs and routing and OSPF and that kind of stuff either. I think there's a border that must be limited, that must be clear for both sides. But at the same time, both of professionals need to understand what the limits are. And when I try to communicate with my network engineer, hey, there's a PLC in there, he just wants us to know what is VLAN is that sitting on. All right, understood. So he maybe doesn't want to know about it, and that's all right. But another professional will probably stand out because that one wants to learn a little bit about PLC. So I think it's a very good question, but it's a very subjective at the same time. Yeah, because I think this CID pyramid explains somehow the mindset of both sides, right?
Yeah, I can just nodding and agree with everyone previous of me. So yeah, I don't see that only the OT personnel will teach the resiliency to IT personnel. It's coming from both direction, and like Romulo said, that yeah, there are people in the IT as well as in the OT who are willing to learn the other side, and there will be always people who are not, and they will just acknowledge that there is another side of equipment which they don't understand, but they don't care. That's fine. They will also do their job.
Okay, thank you. Another question? We still have time for one question.
It is on. When you look at making both IT and OT groups aware of each other, first generally, and then also with regards to their cybersecurity differences and similarities through education, which areas in energy do you think need addressing first?
Can you repeat the areas again?
So just which areas in energy need addressing first between both groups when it comes to cybersecurity and generally?
Okay, so I work in the electric grids, like, so I work or support the cybersecurity for OT SCADA system for the energy air grids. When we talk about energy or electricity, even water or any critical infrastructure, these are the energy sector. You cannot prioritize anything. It's like energy sector is a key. If you talk about solars, people talking about the solars, yeah, that is need to be secure. The all air grid stations need to be secure. I'm working on the low voltage project. I was working on the weather data pipelines. So all these elements are critical. But there are some public side where people have the front end and the back end. So we need to secure the back end more, and then bridge. Have the we call it traditionally or in the IT world the DMZ, demilitarized zone, which is in the middleman who communicate or collaborate between IT and OT. So once we are connecting or bridging the gap, that middleman should be there. So if there is any breach or any security issue, that you still save your critical infrastructure.
Okay, cool.
Richard, anything?
Yeah, well, I would, in terms of energy sector, I'm also coming from the electricity part, and we are focusing our trainings and all the discussions in terms of security and what happens if you lose the SCADA system, and what could be harmful as an activity towards the SCADA system. So, like, if you have an admin right because of some special need that you could not do it without privileged access, then you will have to be aware of that. You are working in very dangerous environments. So, I believe first of all the understanding and the awareness, especially for SCADA systems and control systems. That would be the first common point in cybersecurity.
Okay, thank you. So I'm tempted to make a very fast and simple question for each one of you. If you were the CEO of a company and was up to you to decide the future of your IT/OT organization, how would you design it? IT/OT independent, but cooperating, integration of IT/OT, or conversions of IT/OT, keeping the areas independent? Or a fourth alternative, of course.
Yeah, it's a very tricky question, but if I were the CEO, I would define different teams. However, they would have to have a very close communication to one another, even though they're in different teams. And why different teams? Because I think IT teams must also focus on the IT problems, which is the enterprise, cloud, etc. But also there is this link, there is IT must support OT in the sense of communication, especially implementing cloud solutions, right? The private cloud solutions, in order to get what you said before. It's the OT is data-driven, right? So although I think that two different teams is the way to go, I think they have to have very close communication with one another. Otherwise, no project will succeed if you only work in two different boxes. Oh no, that's OT problem, that's not my problem.
Okay. It will be a kind of convergence.
Yeah, definitely. It has to happen, yes.
Yeah, so if I would be a CIO, I hope I would be, then I first have the CISO in place who has a shared responsibility for IT and OT. So like a single person who can manage the both. Because that's easy to identify, and then the collaboration is much easier because there should be a central point where IT and OT both trust. And that is easy to manage. As we see, we cannot keep them apart. They cannot be siloed anymore. They have to be connected. Their convergence has to happen as per the demand, empowering customer. So collaboration needed, but there is a ways to do it. And in every energy sector or in an OT environment, it's different. Manufacturing environment is different. Energy it's different. Nuclear plants are different because they have a different level of security or the requirements as well. So there should be a central point of convergence where both departments should trust, and this is the way the policies and the implementation can be pushed.
If I to clearly understand, it will be owner, the CISO, two independent departments, convergence and collaboration, or integration?
I would say integration.
Integration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would have also this two teams model, two teams reporting to the CIO. Because of that, the business will have different needs than the OT, and we should avoid that because of different project managers have different loud voice. Any of the project would be prioritized incorrectly. So OT team should have the OT part as first stakeholder and business for the IT. And I would put the CIO role out of the IT because governance, risk and compliance should be a third party within the company who is auditing how we are operating in the IT OT field.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is a long and I'll say old discussion. I remember to discuss IT OT at least for 10 years with different movements. But I'm tempted to, I'm risking your time, Romulo, but it's the very last question, maybe to Adam. Looking from a business risk perspective, if you were an investor looking to two different companies with the same customer base, the same revenue, I would say almost in the same country, so the same political risk, let's suppose Netherlands, and you have one company with IT OT as a single integrated team, and another one with IT and OT with a strategy of conversions, but keeping them independent. As a risk analyst, which one would you say that would face the biggest, the bigger business risk? The integrated one or the conversions one? I'm not talking about costs.
No. I mean, my focus typically, particularly for renewable energy, is on the assets and the income that's produced from those. So I'm most interested in the OT, probably, you know, in terms of keeping that up and running and protected and balance sheet protected. But you can't divorce the two. I mean, I would have thought working together has got to be the answer. Absolutely. So it's got, you know, in the same camp and collaborating as much as possible, I would have thought has got to be the logical way to go. But it's been really interesting hearing the challenges, because it's like, you know, two different camps and stuff. So it's a good insight for me. But you know, to me, the assets, keeping them healthy and protected is, to me, the priority.
So,
but I appreciate that needs both IT and OT. But
I think, okay, you are right. We don't have enough time. Otherwise, we will we will ask the audience to vote, and one of you will be elected. But that's not the case. Maybe next year we ask to vote, and one of you will be elected as CEO of the company.
Great. Just a last comment on the question you asked, and I still see on the ground, because a couple of my friends are CISO in organization, in manufacturing companies. I will not call out the name because it's there are obvious reasons, but there are still the companies, they want to keep the things separate as a complete isolated identity, and they want to keep it like that. It's increased the serious cost, it's increased the hurdles, but they want to keep the business and factories up and running. So it is very difficult to educate and collaborate them. So there is a third company in between who collaborate between them, but they want to keep the operation separate. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Bye.
Thank you for inviting me. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. So I invite Romulo to stay on the stage. We ruined absolutely the schedule of this session that was being perfect until the IT/OT discussion, and we tried to make it short, but it was impossible. So Romulo, please take the stage, and let's go through the OT architectures. Thank you.
Right. Well, I don't think I need to introduce myself once again, right? Today I'll be showing them to you. Well, let me introduce myself again. I'm Romulo. I'm the OT architect at European Energy, and today I'm going to share with you some practicalities while implementing a reference architecture, or RefArch for short. Let's get started. My first goal at European Energy was to define a reference architecture. I'm not going through all of the benefits you can get out of a RefArch. However, I would like to point out two. First, audits don't become a nuisance because reference architectures are aligned with cybersecurity standards. Second, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It was said here yesterday, by the way, as the baseline deployment is centralized across the fleet. As a result, we achieve fast project execution and establish a robust foundation without compromising standardization and cybersecurity. I chose 5 key impact areas because I thought they were the most relevant to share with you here today. And they are solely based on my experience while leading projects. They are segmentation, firewall virtualization, centralized IDMZ service, cloud integration, and standardization across fleets. Let's start from segmentation. IEC 62443 introduced segmentation to the industry in 2009. And some of its benefits are limits lateral movement and creates isolated trust zones. But what does it mean in practice? Segmentation starts with how we design our network, both physically and logically. Think of segmentation at this level as if it were boxes packing boxes like those we have when we pack our stuff to a new house. The higher the number of boxes we have, the higher the chance we can categorize our items based on the color, shapes, or functions. It's up to us. So now think of VLAN routes, zones, as if they were these packing boxes. The higher the number of VLANs, routes, zones, the more segmented our environment is. With that said, let's have a look at the challenge. Plant-wide segmentation results in a large number of boxes. Therefore, consider centralized IP and configuration, centralizing IP and configuration management. We're going to have a look at it in a few minutes. Define standard for IP address as part of your reference architecture. So have a structure scheme. I suggest NAT, plant ID, zone, host, but it's up to you to decide. Think of, we must know not only our segments across the fleet, but also we have to understand what is in each of these segments. So not only we have to know how many boxes or what boxes are in each of our 100 houses, 300 houses we have, but also we must know the content of each of those boxes. The next subcategory is legacy. Legacy systems are often designed to work in flat networks. Moving them into a segmented environment usually or may cause disruption of service, or maybe the systems will behave unpredictably. Therefore, consider assessing whether field devices and applications can function in segmented environments. Identify systems that rely on broadcasts, and what does it mean? Imagine if you have 100 people in a meeting room, just like we are here today, and we are trying to communicate with one another at the same time. Imagine how chaotic this meeting room would be, how noisy that would be. Now distribute these 100 people across these meeting rooms we have here on this floor in smaller groups, like 3, 5, 10. What we are doing is streamline this communication, making this communication more efficient, less noisy, with less broadcasts, specifically broadcast storm. And how can I fix that? I'm going to give a call to my developer and say, hey, I'm moving my environment from a flat network to a segmented one. Therefore, can you please change your code to work from a broadcast one-to-many to a unicast one-to-one in this small meeting room, a unicast setup. The other subcategory is data flow isolation. In our architecture, we define a strict policy. No ingress traffic to level 3 from the upper Pardue model levels. No ingress from the upper Pardue model levels in our level 3. Traffic that originates on level 3, where your SCADA service is, must go through a firewall before and then land to the items at level 3.5. And only from there, it must go up to your private cloud. And what is the implication of it? We have duplication of services, right? We have services deployed in both level 3 and level 3.5. Therefore, consider, I'm sorry, I forgot, and that might potentially increase the cost of your license depending on your virtualization platform. Enforce a strict outbound only policy from level 3 to level 3.5. And also justify service duplication only where required and when it's not required. If you have a service running on your level 3, on your plant control zone, and sends log message to your level 3.5. That's not required. However, if you have one service running on your level 2, your PLC, for instance, that needs to send a message, a log message to your log collector on level 3, and that log, and those log messages must be sent to your cloud. You have to relay that communication through your itemz before sending out to your private cloud. So in this case, it is required. But not all, but what about remote access? That's an ingress traffic, right? Yes, you're right. It is ingress traffic. Remember, ref arcs are not supposed to be a rigid model. As long as you have the data flows properly justified and with the proper cybersecurity controls in place, you'll likely be compliant. So what we have here is, on the one hand, you have more and more OT systems requiring remote support. And on the other hand, we have several access types coming from our internal teams, external stakeholders like DSO, TSOs, third parties, OEMs, you name it. And we have to combine and harmonize both needs in a secure way. Therefore, consider micro-segmenting access. I don't necessarily mean here zero trust architecture, where you have the user-by-user segmentation. That was my first time saying zero trust architecture, by the way. But I also refer to RBAC, role-based access control. As its name suggests, it is a segmentation considering the user role, whether it's a group of administrators or level 2, level 3 support. However, not all users have the same privilege, right? Even within the same group. For instance, someone who needs to fetch data in a plant doesn't necessarily need to have the privilege to shut down that plant. And that leads to the second bullet. Categorize users based on the least privilege policy. As it was said today here, yes, it is basic, but it must be taken into consideration as well. Use itemz to enforce secure remote access. So when a remote user lands in your power plant, that user needs to stop by the itemz, get authenticated successfully, and only then have the access granted to have access to the facility. And how can I authenticate that user securely? Enforce strong identity and access management. Use PAM solutions. Privileged access management. PAM solutions are excellent tools to deal with local credentials, especially those from those PLCs that have no remote authentication support, using Radius authentication, for instance. So we end up having to share the same credentials with the same teams or across different teams. And what they do is, just like your password manager, they'll encrypt in a secure place. They can even change the password every time that a single user signs out a device automatically. Fire virtualization is yet another powerful tool to segment the environment. The question is, when is it better to virtualize firewalls, and when is it better to keep one single instance of firewalls and have different multiple zones in it. The first question is when to separate. When you want to isolate traffic from your IDMZ traffic, for instance, to your level 3, your SCADA zone. And also, if you consider that during change process of, if you modify an access list, for instance, a firewall rule in the IDMZ firewall, and you accidentally misconfigure something, that misconfiguration won't impact in the level 3 firewall. Because firewalls allocate resources individually to each of the virtual firewalls, CPU, memory, etc. In practice, that means if a plant is hit by a DDoS attack in the IDMZ, and the IDMZ virtual firewall increases its CPU and memory to 85%, let's say, that's not going to compromise the production in the level 3 virtual firewall. That is about risk containment. The other benefit is I am the owner and I want to outsource my IDMZ firewall for whatever reason to a third party. I can do that. And on top of it, in terms of scalability, you can ask this third party to expand or shrink services, meaning commissioning, decommissioning along the power plant lifespan. Very straightforward without the risk of compromising, again, your SCADA zone, your level 3 virtual firewall. And when to consolidate? When you don't have to comply with loads of cybersecurity requirements or regulation requirements. So operational simplicity outweighs security segmentation. And when you have limited resources to manage multiple virtual firewalls. Centralizing IDMZ services enables, from our private cloud, enables us to have a general view of our assets. And also, of course, enables us to control them. And the challenge is exactly when should I keep my systems on-prem, and when can I fully rely on a cloud to have my service deployed? And that's actually, yeah, as I said, that's the challenge. You have a good exercise to think about it is island mode operation. What service will be compromised when I have to cut my WAN link for days, weeks, or months? So if I think about a backup server, for instance, and I fully rely my backup service to my cloud, when I have to run my plant in island mode, I won't have that backup server available for me. And that's a matter of understand the RTO, RPOs for that plant. In short, how much data am I willing to lose without compromising the business? And of course, maintain clear separation between data flows. So the data flows that runs within the plant perimeter must be, you have loads of conduits in there, but that must be different to the data flow that flows from the IDMZ to your private cloud. So now that we are all set with our cloud integration and our centralized IDMZ service, it is time to provide cloud access to the cloud platforms to our third parties and OEMs, me as an owner. I see very often third parties with 4G, 5G routers because they have to have access to their cloud platform, which is a fair reason. However, that creates a backdoor to the owner because I don't have visibility of that WAN link. I cannot, for instance, shut down that link if a cyber incident strikes. And I have to have that ownership. I have to be capable of stop a cyber incident when that happens. Therefore, consider defining cloud access requirements before contract sign-off. And that leads to the second bullet: ensure all OEM third-party cloud connections use owner managed outbound links. Standardization enables consistency, which is, by the way, one of the key benefits we get out of a RefRarch. Think of standardization as a broad concept, where you define your zones and conduits once. However, leave some room to define, to onboard new zones and conduits as you go in order to fulfill the project requirements. And that's actually the challenge. You have to balance out how granular you'll be while defining those zones and conduits. If you are too specific, you're going to end up clashing or conflicting with a zone and conduit that a project requires. And then you have to step back and do probably some rework, right? Define modular zoning template. That's the first consideration. And also, use consistent IP schema and VLAN tagging across projects. If you have the same VLAN ID all across the plants, that will be easier for your team to not only troubleshoot, but also document it and think about new consultants on board, new resource on board. They'll get up to speed way faster if everything is consistent. And lastly, share your architecture documentation. Spread the news. Tell people the reasons behind these 5 key impact areas. Don't leave those files lost in a SharePoint space or hidden. And the last slide, because I'll be very fast in this one, because I'm sure my time is running out. It's about the trade-offs. For every game, we have trade-offs. And cutting a long story short on the first 2, segmentation and fire virtualization, yeah, everything comes down to operational overhead. Centralized identity services can slow local response. So if I have to modify a fire rule, for instance, across a fleet, that can take a couple of minutes. It can be very fast, but of course, it will depend on network congestion, bandwidth, whether I'm using 4G, 5G connection. Cloud reliance may reduce resilience during island mode. That's the example I gave about the backup. If I fully rely my backup on the cloud, it won't be there when I have to run my plant in island mode. And last, standardized architecture requires a strong governance to maintain a line across the projects, across the fleet. And also, tailoring must be carefully managed to avoid security drifts. This is what I would like to share with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Romulo. Okay, we can applaud for 10 seconds and no questions. And thank you, Romulo. So you had your 20 minutes, but we need to sacrifice the Q&A. So questions, please do it by the end. Thank you very much. And I will invite Gregorius to step up. Thank you. Georgios.
Hello.
I think I misspelled your name.
Georgios. Well, you can call me George, Jorge.
Okay. It will be easier.
Georgie, whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much.
And the PowerPoint is not this one. Of course, you can speak about this one.
Yeah,
as far as I know, so no problem.
Let's fake it till you make it. I mean, I work in a startup, but I'm not going to fake it that much. All right. Thanks for having me. Today we have heard, and yesterday we have heard a lot of different things. And the speakers have tried to put data into your heads and our heads. I will try something different. I'm not going to try to teach you anything because I think most of you know most of the things I'm going to say. I'm going to pull data out of your brains now. So I want you to help me today. I will set a little bit the stage about this subject. I'm talking about vulnerability management, and it's quite a technical subject. And what I have understood recently is you shouldn't assume anything. So you should try to give some context to people. Not everybody's on the same level. We have people who their expertise varies today. So I'm going to talk about vulnerability management and whether it's a technology or a people's problem. We'll see about that. My name is Georgios. As I said, I'm 20 years in this masochistic state of working in security, and I'm a techie at heart. I used to be an engineer, but nowadays I'm just doing management stuff. And despite that, I still sound rude like a normal engineer and not like a normal Greek, regardless to who I'm talking. So if I insult anyone today, I'm really sorry in advance. I don't mean it. It's just, it's too strong inside of me. I work at a company called Einride. Einride is a quite unique startup in Sweden with operations across Europe. We are known for our autonomous trucks, self-driving trucks. So think machine learning, AI, perception, cameras, LiDARs, technologies that you would find in a Tesla. We also have a fleet of normal electric trucks that we buy from OEMs and then we operate them. And we understood because of these two things, in order for these two things to work very well, you also need something like power, charging, So we thought that the infrastructure would be ready by the time we would have all of these things in place, but guess what? It was not. So we started building now infrastructure, which is why I'm here. So we're building charging infrastructure as well as BESS, battery storage systems. And in order for all of this to work together, you need a cloud platform. So to orchestrate it, yeah. So for whoever is wondering what I'm doing IT, OT, cloud, on-prem, office, corporate, you name it, I have it. So I'm going to talk only about 4 things today, and 4 questions will be my slides. How do you have visibility about of all your IT and OT landscape in terms of vulnerabilities? How to prioritize when you find something, how to report the something when you find it, and how to follow up, because reporting it once will never work. You need to follow up on this. And in order to be on the same page about what is a vulnerability, this is the generic Wikipedia answer of what is a security vulnerability. And I simplified by saying it's just any software bug that can get you hacked. Have a bug on a software, or I don't know if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, and eventually this leads to compromise of integrity, confidentiality, availability, whatever. That's what's a vulnerability, right? And you can have this. We talked in previous, or people in previous talks mentioned vulnerabilities in different circumstances, like vulnerability disclosure, third-party vulnerabilities, supply chain vulnerabilities. All of them are about the same thing. So why do we even talk about this? I presented this slide to my team in the company, and I said any company in the world can be hacked with these 3 things. Or most companies that get hacked with one of these 3 things. So the attackers, assuming it's an external attack, they either send a phishing email, so you really have to look at your emails. They find the password laying around, and because the 2FA is not enforced, they eventually lead into the organization, and from there they start hopping around. Or they find a vulnerable software that you run and maintain, or something that is exposed, regardless if it's IT or OT. So the third thing is why we're talking about today, is because in my opinion it's one of the 3 most popular reasons to get hacked. So I receive threat intelligence reports. I think this is my last slide where I'm talking to you. Now you will talk to me. Just to set the scene again. I receive threat intelligence reports specific for the automotive industry, and the latest one is like for the last 4 years, 186 distinct attacks that happened to real companies with details about what happened to these companies. In the automotive sector, so 69 of these attacks were on vehicles, things that got hacked directly on the car or the truck. And you can think of all the major brands out there, they are in that report. 45 distinct attacks were related to their backend systems, either cloud or smartphone apps or things like that. So for example, if you hack the you know, the key fob when you're about, that's not considered remote. That's considered a vehicle. But the interesting thing that I think after 23, I have started receiving more and more attacks on the third category, which is extended automotive ecosystem. And the majority of times, that was the charging network. The charging network, the chargers, or players in the charging ecosystem. So right now, we have more attacks on that than, even though I receive an automotive report, most of the attacks I see are outside automotive, in the periphery of automotive. This is where the supply chain starts playing the game. So, and that's why I consider charging security very important for me. Now, we're all in this together, so please go to this website and type this code, or use that QR code, because the rest of the session will be you answering questions, and I'm just going to be listening and reading these questions. So please, I mean, in order for you not to fall asleep as well, I think we have had a lot of talking. Time to do some, you know. I will move on. If you want, please use this code. So just to get to know each other a little bit, how many of you have worked in some capacity trying to reduce the vulnerabilities of your own organization? Just give me some feedback. And if you're not exactly sure, you're not necessarily in the vulnerability team, please put that in a way. And there's no shame in saying no, by the way. I'm not going to judge you. I consider you lucky if you answer no. We're like 20 people. I think we're good. Okay. So then it's a relevant topic, I think. I actually thought that most of it would be a no here, but I'm very happy to see this. So you're in a company and you want to have visibility. I listed here a couple of things that you would choose to do, and you wouldn't. There's no correct or wrong answer here. I'm not also monitoring who answers what. Just to be clear, I don't care about who says the right thing. What would you do? So the first thing. And there is like some things you will do first, some things you will do second, right? A comprehensive CMDB. You would use some active scanning. You would scan out your network. Or you would passively scan your network. You will install an agent on all the systems so that you have very clear visibility inside the system. Or you use one platform to monitor everything. Or you would use different things to monitor different stuff and then take a risk-based approach. Or you would do nothing and just wait for the vendor to tell you, this thing has a problem, go and patch it. And the last thing is, I will have a software bill of material, so I don't need to scan anything, I don't need to install anything. I'll just have everything in an Excel file, and if I find a vulnerability, I'll just go through my Excel file. And you can do multiple of these, by the way. What would you do first? What would you prefer?
What would be the better option?
I think you can choose all of them, right? But I think there's a scale.
There's a theoretical better solution, but very hard to implement. Should I still put it on top?
You're in the NORG. What would you go to say to your CEO? Theoretically, I would like to do this, but practically, I will do nothing. Right. Practically is what I want you to. He would tell you, theoretically, you would work here tomorrow. Practically, you won't. Okay. This was interesting. So last year I was talking about vulnerability management, and I showed you how I built a system for my company to collect vulnerabilities and centrally monitor everything. And I was advocating about using different tools for different systems, aggregate all this information, and then do the right thing for your right environment. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. This year, for example, I'm going to try to do number 2. I'm going to probably try to throw half of it away and then try to use one platform. But I know I will fail because there is no way I will be able to collect OT information into that one platform. So I think you might have to do both. Like for the things that can be supported in one platform, put them all there. Regardless, for example, if you have multiple cloud environments or if you have multiple type of, I don't know, IT devices. But you might have to have some segregation because not everything, for example, has. You cannot install a security agent everywhere. Maybe I will do this. Does this work? No? Yeah. Okay, I will stay here. So there's no right or wrong. I'm happy to see that different people do different things. I'm surprised to be honest, to see the use active scanners on all your networks, given how we talked about OT safety and all of this. I mean, I would do in my IT network 100%, but if I had both, I would be probably more careful, given what I heard from you guys today. Yeah. But then if you're in the cloud and trying to do passive things, that's also very... Anyway, very interesting. Crowdsourcing the knowledge. That's what I showed you last year. Last year, what I showed you was that I have 1,000 different tools on the left side. I'm trying to pull all the data via APIs into my own environment. And because I have hired security engineers to build stuff for me, I'm cleaning up all this environment, all this data, and I'm presenting them in two distinct ways. One is with a centralized dashboard for my whole team as well as the other teams. And second, by sending Slack notifications to the right owners. This is what I did last year. This year, it's going to be something else. So don't get too much influenced. But this is one way to do it. And I have advocated for this for many years. Now, you have found the vulnerabilities. How do you prioritize them? Do you follow the CVSS score? Do you do a distinct risk assessment, high, medium, low, probability, impact? Do you just say, okay, is this a high? Yeah, if it's a high, then I have to do it within X amount of days. And I'm starting with a thing that is closer to the amount of days. Do you consider for example, if it's a Microsoft vulnerability, you're like, okay, Microsoft vulnerabilities come all the time, and Microsoft vulnerabilities are the first to be abused. So therefore, I'm going to upgrade the criticality of this because it's Microsoft. Or you will consider the business criticality of the affected system, IT or OT.
Both exposure as well as business criticality is part of the risk assessment, right?
Yes, but I consider this the exposure exploitability a more technical thing. The other could be a business risk assessment.
I would say if it's not exposed externally, if it's not exposed internally to all employees, these kind of things, then it really lowers your risk. So it should be part of the risk assessment.
Mm-hmm. Very few people would follow the CVSS. I have been following it religiously until recently. Okay, so you would consider the business criticality. Great. So last year, when I presented this, I said that within a couple of weeks of launching the previous system, I lowered the vulnerabilities by 88,000. This year, by booking the top 4 offenders into a room and having just a workshop with them, I lowered 20,000 vulnerabilities in 1 week. How would you do that if you go one by one the vulnerabilities and you consider the business criticality of the system? Like you get a list of hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities, low, medium, and then if you go system by system, you might spend quite a lot of time. I'm not saying this is a wrong answer. I'm just saying like every answer is both good and bad.
The other way around, if you solve 80,000 vulnerabilities on irrelevant systems and your core systems are still exposed.
You can yes, you can say that, but then you take both probably. You're right. So you have to go to the teams that have the most critical systems, but you cannot go one by one. Maybe you say, I see that you have the same problem across 10 systems. Just apply the same logic to all of the 10 of them instead of going one by one. Okay, I care only about this little blue box that you have in this corner. So yeah, that's what I would do. So part of that platform, we have built this. I find this, in my opinion, the best diagram that I have seen, which is something that a guy in my team built. This shows, that's a good diagram for a CISO. That's not a good diagram for necessarily the teams that work with it. It shows you every team is a circle. The horizontal axis shows you what is your average age of patching things, of upgrading things. And the top, the y-axis is how many vulnerabilities you have. And the size of the circle is how severe are your vulnerabilities. So for me, it's a very easy thing to see, okay, who do I start? I start with the outliers, probably, but they are patching very fast. Like, even though they have always a lot of things, they're patching very fast. So maybe that means they have thousands of systems. Or do I patch the ones down here that have not patched for 400 days, but at least they don't have so many vulnerabilities? So in the initial state of this, it was much more scattered, so you could make easier decisions. But now, this is kind of the situation. And by the way, my own team, security team, is also there in that graph, because we also have some services that we scan. So, third question. You found the vulnerabilities. How do you report them to the relevant people? Do you send them an email? Do you show them, here's the dashboard with all the findings of everybody? Do you have a dashboard specifically for execs? You say, here's the top 5 CXOs, and you say, here's how that CXO is doing, here's how that CXO is doing, here. Do you send them chat messages? You meet them and have presentations? You just put tickets on their backlog, like for every vulnerability, automatically generating tickets? Or you ping them inside your system, and then you have this wall of fame, wall of shame. Have you heard of these terms? Yeah. And the last one is, regardless of what I have found for you, here's the top 3 things you need to do. Again, you can answer multiple questions. No? No, you cannot. You can answer only one. Okay, then answer the top one. I think you got influenced by me saying that in 1 week I lowered 20,000. By the way, I have done all of them. And all of them worked in different degrees of success. I thought for a very long time that the top 3 things to do would be the thing to do. So I would say, okay, your team has 1,700 vulnerabilities. Forget about it. I have done the prioritization. So we were sending them an automated Slack message just for their team and only with the top 3 things we want them to fix this week. So we're like, okay, your team has 150 or 300 or 3,000 vulnerabilities. We're like, just three. So we communicated with them. We told them what we want. We told them what our expectations. We did the whole change management thing. What happened? People are busy, summer camps, so the same 3 things keep on popping up for them. And eventually they told us, oh, your system is broken because it keeps on sending us the same 3 things. I'm like, guess what? You have not fixed the top 3 things, so that's why it keeps on sending. Oh, but can't you send us some other top 3 things? I'm like, then they wouldn't be the top 3 things. So it was a ridiculous, like, okay, so here's the 3,000 things to do. So for me, that would be the right answer, which, by the way, no one answered. But I don't think it is, based on facts. So I've tried, the wall of fame actually works very well. I have also created this champions like thing, that every week we have a team that takes position number 1, the team that lowered the most vulnerabilities. So this is also automated, and it goes both to the general channel as well as to the teams channel. And I have also introduced the wall of shame. So the previous one was the fame. The shame, though, is not about the teams. It's about the CXO that is owning that team. So the name of the CXO is on the list of the shame, not the team itself. And that works. Because I show that only to the executive team. So I'm part of the executive team, which is actually pays dividends. If you can do that, do that. And then I'm like, okay, so David, here's your thing. And David acts. And the last thing I want to ask you today is how do you follow up? So you send them the first time, and for sure they didn't fix it. So what happens after you send it the first time? Do you send them automatic reminders, and then eventually you send it to their boss? Do you have workshops with discussions and tell us your problems? Why are you doing nothing? The other ones are, do you put it as part of the performance review of the people? Like the yearly performance review that potentially affects their salaries as well? Do you give them financially? We actually talked about giving gifts and stuff. Gamification is like try to make it a competition. For those that don't know what a brown bag is, it's you get a food within a brown bag, and then you have a presentation during your lunch. That's what it is. I felt I had to say this. So the company offers you lunch, and you're just watching this. Or a baseball bat. Do you know the baseball bat? In a company that I worked 10 years ago, I had next to my desk a baseball bat. And I didn't have it for purpose. But once I took the baseball bat and I started walking around. No. I started walking around thinking. I was thinking of something, and I started swinging in. And I was passing in front of the development teams. And then by the time I went back to my team, the CISO was on my desk, and he's like, "Are you okay? We have been receiving reports that you're ready to snap, and you are walking around with a baseball bat." I was just thinking of something else. Okay, good. So team workshop with open discussions. This helps a lot, I agree. This is the first thing I would do. And this is what I told you. I lowered this year 20,000 vulnerabilities just by talking to people and be like, you remember this? Oh yeah, we remember this. When can you fix it? Oh, wait a minute. So they went on and fixed the low-hanging fruits on the spot. They put something on their backlog, and because they thought we were a friendly security team, they actually put it into their team's rituals that once every month, they will spend 4 hours of their week to do security. Because they saw it, okay, these people are not just tinfoil hatters. So just talking to people really helped. The Security Champions program is great if you have the money to run it very well. Look at some successful security. Before you say, I'm going to build a Security Champions program, look what it means. I don't think it's as easy as it sounds. If you want to do it successfully and an engaging way. All right, and now that I said this, I talked about technologies, like putting things together, and I talked about talking to people. What do you think? Is it a tech problem or a people problem? Okay, it's not a tech problem. Great, I will go to the vendors and I will say, based on my survey, we don't need technology.
But in both, it's still tech. Right?
Okay. Just let it go. Let me say something with that. Okay, yeah, so I don't need to argue too much. I do think it's a both problem. It cannot be solved only with the technology. We have tried for 2 years building the best system. Actually, some of the engineers that worked in my team now, they went out to build their own startup. Some other startups that exist in the market, they're trying to solve this problem and productify it. So I know for sure that we have done good things in the technology aspect, but I also know that spending 1 week in the beginning and 1 week now has lowered our vulnerability exposure by much more than anything else we have tried. So it's
Excluding the baseball bat.
the baseball, I haven't used that yet. We're a remote company, so that's not working. Imagine like if I join meetings and I just start swinging my bat. I would be like, go ahead, smash your screen. So that's all I had to talk about today. Thank you very much.
Or question? You can use my mic.
Just one quick thought. If you're, especially for any of the folks in here who are doing this in the US as well.
Especially for what?
Any of the folks in here who may be doing all this in the US as well, all fantastic. Please run those reports with Qualified Cyber Counsel and include them in the team discussions. I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Which reports are you talking about?
The vulnerability reports, stakeholder output, anything you push out to stakeholders. If I'm the lawyer on the other side of the lawsuit, it's the very first thing I ask for. Those vulnerability report outs.
Okay.
To find out what went wrong.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. Thank you. And I invite for the stage Jonathan, not for the stage. I think he will be remotely connected. Is Jonathan online? Yes, he's there. Okay. Hi, Jonathan. Hope you are Listening loud and clear. Is you listening?
Is a boardroom issue in 2025. That's the facts and reports from the Fortinet, where 80% companies plan to have CISO ownership for the OT security. So here we see like the CISO importance become more critical, and we need to understand what is the journey it brings up to understand and how to solve the vulnerability management problem. If I say this with I have developed the 3S model. It is just my model, which to explain you how things work and how this burden can be carried from or by the CISO. So if I go in that, you see the CISO journey start from red, amber, green. When we see the vulnerability start from how to start from red. We have a system in the red, we want to make it in the amber, and then go to the green. What are the needs? So as I mentioned, I have developed the 3S model. We start with the security needs. We need to understand what are the security needs, and then we can focus what are the systems or tools we need to have or address those security requirement and security needs. And the last but not least is the people or the skills we need to resolve or placement the right people at the right time. So let's go into the journey why I'm saying it's vulnerability management. As I mentioned, we need to understand what are the security needs and security requirements. So security requirements are clear. To meet the industrial requirement, we need to have a reliable, continuous operation and protect critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. So this is our security major need. What are our systems and tools? System tools are advanced security systems that integrate AI-based tools for real-time threat detection. We need to understand what is the hackers are using. They are using AI tools. They are using advanced technology. The vendors are using AI tools and advanced technology. Is it like AI versus AI? No, we need to include the skill set. We need to involve multi-layer of security to protect the environment. And then the last thing is as I mentioned, the skill set, which is my 3S model. So this is basically a 3S model, which I bring it up as to understand the vulnerability management life cycle. And when we are discussing the security needs, let's go into the parameter of say what exactly the security needs, or what are the concern, why we need security. There is a risk of downtime. There is a risk of safety implications. There is a risk of or the pressure of regulations. There is a requirement for real-time world cyber attacks, which is we have seen in past. Kernel pipeline, or there is attacks on cyber attacks as well happening. So these are the basically which brings okay, these are our security needs. Okay. So now how to handle those security needs? We definitely need a visibility of all the assets in the OT environment. We are talking about the collaboration. We need to understand, and then we need to reduce the threat landscape as well. So we have to reduce the risk without the disruptions of the operation. That is one of the challenge. I have mentioned a couple of times when I talk to the OT people, we need to patch or upgrade the system. They say like, we cannot provide you any downtime. Is there any resilience or alternate options we could bring in, because we cannot bring the system off of the production. So these are the challenges we know we have, and how we are addressing those challenges. We definitely need to come up with somewhat way. So Benjamin Franklin once says, ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So we need to implement a proper system, or we need to understand the tool. So that is one of the 3S model which I bring in. So we need to understand the security needs. Now let's go into the systems and tools. Definitely we need a system to protect our environment. What type of system we need? We need a system which meets the new which do collaboration, which do provide AI-based protection, machine learning protection as well. This is our key evaluation. We need to have a passive or non-intrusive scanning solution as well. As mentioned, we have selected one of our option there. So we need a solution for scalability on the real-world OT environment as well. So what is the weakest link? Weakest link is human. So we need to protect. How we can protect the interface from the human? We need to have we need to use the AI-based tools, yes, but how we know who is malicious insider in the company, who is trying to harm the company, which is sitting beside. Yeah, we understand the zero trust concept is there, but still people gain the access. Then we come up with the behavior analytics options, where if anyone is behaving strangely, or anyone trying to download any file out of the in the midnight of when they have access to connect, then the system reacts. Since this is the system we need to in place to have a protection. Then the next thing on this is the visibility. We need to have a proper visibility, the SOC environment, and then the collaboration is still there. So this is the way we can understand, we can closely monitor and manage our system. So the collaboration will work. Another challenge which I see, and I was working in the last week, is to understand which tool we should use. As we know, there are so many vendors are working, and when I go and I have like a list of 6 or 8 vendors providing the same type of solution, it is difficult to understand. Then you need to agree what type of environment you need to secure, because the security differs as per your environment. If you are in the energy sector, it's different. If you are in the nuclear plants, it's different. And if you are in the manufacturing, it's slightly different as well. We all need to secure the environment, but sometimes the requirement slightly goes up and down. And as well as they are using different protocols and different environments. So this is kind of criteria which you need to bring in. So I bring in with like, we need to specify the asset discovery. Also, when I was evaluating the vendors, there is a one protocol maybe a couple of people know, which we are using nowadays for collaboration. It's OPCUA, which is Open Platform Communication Unified Architecture. That is the collaborative, or that is the tool which is converging or having IT or OT protocols which providing the level of security. So how many vendors are supporting that? So this is kind of criteria which help the end user or the energy operation control or the management team to select which vendor they should use, which vendor can be helpful for their environment. So that is bringing back to my 3S model. So we cover the security needs, and then we understand, okay, there are different type of security tools required to implement some level of security. And let's bring the last bridge of the security, which is one of the 3S, is the skill set. We need to have a specialized security resources are essential to safeguard critical utility infrastructure. So when we have a OT environment, we have IT environment, we have a collaboration, we need some level of skill set. Important thing is right people at the right time. It's the people, process, and technology as a combined to provide the full life cycle of vulnerability management. So I thought I was the last one, but there's a skip, so I want to keep it short. The key takeaways from my side is from visibility to foresight. Resilience start with intelligent automation. Second is unifying IT and OT data transforms detection to defense. And the last, security maturity evolves when the technology and human expertise align. So that is bring the red amber to green. This is my last slide, where I would call vulnerability management journey is not about finding weakness. It is about strengthening trust as every stage of operational life cycle. We are all here to securing the utility future. We always start from red and then amber to green. This is our journey. I'm from Ireland, and we say, go green, be green. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. So we were delayed. Now we think we have some time in advance.
Great.
Schedule.
Thank you.
And so we have time for one or two questions. The audience is still start feeling some tired. Okay, it's understandable. So. No questions? Oh, no questions? Okay.
Thank you. So first, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to follow up on one of the aspects that I think I would maybe like to hear more expansion on that. Background is, again, regulations. The Cyber Resilience Act also has, these vulnerability management requirements also coming up as well, 2026, and there are some standards being developed for that purpose. And you mentioned it's already possible to train. You talked about the right mindset, about the steps you can take, and how to do that. Basically, I wanted to understand where do you think standards should come in there, and what you are currently proposing, what type of standards to follow, because right now we already have some existing ones, but there are some gaps, at least for compliance.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, thanks, Richard. So as you, if I understand it correctly, what are the steps? How do we start? That's what your main point. Well, start is simple. Need to know what you need to secure. That's because in the OT environment, sometimes we don't know what are the assets need to be secure. Where are those assets? Where are those crown jewels, as I mentioned earlier? So we start with that, and then it is difficult to scan passively the environment which is more critical, which is not connected to the network. It doesn't have the IP address, but in somewhat way it is connected to the ICS control, and then ICS control connected to the network. So the first thing is start with the visibility and a proper scan. You need to know what are the assets and where are those assets in your environment which you need to secure, and then further down, definitely we need the tools to implement it, and then you need to have a proper visibility and monitoring on this. And this is when I say, and I bring it as a life cycle vulnerability management, because it's a continuous thing. Today we have a green system in green, doesn't mean it is tomorrow it will remain the green, because we are in the collaborative, or we have in an environment where things change quickly. So I hope it makes sense or answer your question.
Thank you very much, Awad. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you all. Applause. And I think we have Jonathan online. So we are going to... Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Fine, okay. The sound is loud and clear, I think.
Great.
So the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, let me share my screen. Okay. Can I share my screen? Oh, okay, let me share. 1 second. Okay, let me know if you can see my screen.
Okay.
Okay.
We are seeing.
Okay, perfect. So hi, I'm Johnny Alcock. I'm the Global Network and Cybersecurity Manager for GE Vernova, the high voltage DC transmission business. So I'm based in Stafford, UK. I'll be talking about how using realistic threat scenarios can help with managing vulnerabilities, especially in large scale CNI control systems. So just a quick background on me. I'm based in Stafford. I started in 2017 in R&D. I'm an engineer through and through. And now I have a team who take care of the core comms and cyber globally. I also take care of threat management globally. So actually classifying what kind of threats, their capabilities, if we consider insiders, hybrid scenarios, any of that type of thing. So that's me. So,
Jonathan, may I suggest to switch to presentation mode?
Yes, sorry. I thought I was in presentation mode.
No problem.
How's that? Is that any better?
No.
No? Interesting. Maybe it's... hold on. How's that? Is that better?
No, it's the same.
No?
Just try the full screen.
Yeah, I tried the full screen. It's full screen for me, on my side.
Yeah, but it's readable, so don't worry with that. You can move forward.
Okay.
It's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we have a control system like this, this is a example of a HVDC scheme. How do you know which vulnerabilities do you have to manage first? Because you might have, 5 or 10,000 vulnerabilities, each with different CVSS scores across different systems. It could be in the wind turbine, it could be in the offshore platform, it could be in the building management system. How do you focus and know which ones cause the biggest risk and the biggest impact to your system today. So a idea I would like to share with everybody here is using consequence-based outcomes to help guide how you manage vulnerabilities. So for example, is it safety? Is it availability? Is it a environmental loss? You know, so what kind of outcome are you trying to prevent? And so on this slide, as you can see, when I talk to people usually, it's the basic equation for risk. It's a threat times vulnerability times consequence. And you can simplify the calculation down to likelihood. Now, how to quantify likelihood is the classic question I usually get asked, and the long conversation I have afterwards. So, do we classify it?
Sorry
Yes.
for the
That's
interruption,
okay.
but I think you are sharing a different presentation.
Am I?
One,
1 second. Let
or at least,
me try share again. 1 second.
please.
Sorry about that. If I am.
Sure.
I don't believe so. What's the slide you can see now?
Cybersecurity risk.
Okay, perfect. So just to give a quick background on the risk. So the last 5 points I think are the critical ones. So safety, availability, reputational, financial. But if I skip on to the next one, because I think this is where the main section is. So it's all around classifying threat capability, because if you have 10,000 vulnerabilities, you need to know the threats your system faces, because if you don't know, then how do you calculate the likelihood or the impact of those vulnerabilities? So for example, is it a script kiddie? Is it a state-sponsored actor you're trying to deal with? And if it's a state-sponsored actor, the list of vulnerabilities, I would hope, is a lot less, or are more specific to some of those scenarios you want to try to mitigate. So some of the things you should be thinking about here are those scenarios. So in terms of safety, let's say, how could a cyber attacker cause a safety event? And in terms of safety, I mean things like, causing physical damage to the equipment, causing damage or a safety incident involving human beings. If it's availability, if it's availability, examples include, causing a large-scale blackout at a nation level, or causing the wind farm to trip, or causing, large-scale blackouts. So it kind of depends on the scenario, but it's really important, I think, to specify the outcome. And some other tips I would put in here also include things like, should you include things like natural disasters? So cyber attacks in conjunction with natural disasters. Should you include speculative attacks like hidden hopes? So we know from intelligence that some of these cyber attackers do hit and hope attacks. So is it something you should include? The other thing you should have a think about are diversion tactics. So could a cyber attacker cause a diversion to open up a window to then cause a serious cyber attack on your control system? These kind of help you to gauge the likelihood of a vulnerability actually causing that outcome. So if we go down to the next slide, this is a high level flow of how you could do it. So the first step is to specify the outcome. Is it safety? Is it availability? Is it environmental? Is it a financial loss? The second is to specify the system or systems under consideration. And then the third, fourth, and fifth is to build those scenarios. So how to achieve that outcome. And then you apply the threat capability assumptions onto those scenarios to say, if it's a script kiddie, is this scenario plausible? If it's a nation state or a state-sponsored attack, is this scenario plausible? So it depends on the assumptions you as a business make. And I think the key takeaway here is based on those scenarios. If any of them are plausible, you can make a list of risks off the back of those scenarios. And then based on those risks, you can then generate some countermeasures. And those countermeasures, they vary in terms of, they could be cyber countermeasures, they could be physical countermeasures. I would tend to stick with the keep it simple approach. So if a new camera or a fence or having a padlock on a cabinet works, then start off with that and work your way up if you need to do something in the future. So we'll keep it simple. And then finally, the key takeaways. So I think the first one here is having a realistic assumptions of the threat actors your business is able to manage is key. So for example, on the right-hand side, you have the S-Link 2 case where a Shadow Fleet ship, dropped an anchor onto a power line. Now, I would say that kind of capability isn't something industry has the capability to mitigate against. So that kind of attack is usually out of scope of industry. That sits with, a national level response. The third point here is also a key point. I think this kind of thing is a team sport. So it's not only cybersecurity engineers who should be involved. It should be your system engineers. It should be, the physical security staff. It should be chemists. It could be whoever has the specialist knowledge across multiple domains should be involved in these discussions. And also point 6 is really interesting. So if your boundary conditions, you have a scenario that's right on the boundary, it's don't stop there and say, I've reached the cliff edge. Let's say it's fine as it's right on the edge. Let's take it a step further and just see how much more does the threat actor need to do to actually achieve their goal. And then finally, the last two, I think, are also quite interesting points. First one is around CVSS scores. So I think CVSS on its own is a good high-level indicator. However, just because a CVE has a high CVSS score doesn't mean it's a critical vulnerability. That has to be fixed immediately. And finally, not every vulnerability has a consequence. So, keep that in mind as you're managing vulnerabilities, because the consequence could be I'm changing the color of the LED on the front panel of a PLC. That's not something that I have to fix right now. That could be something I can fix in a couple of months or a couple of years. So it's important to stay focused on the vulnerabilities that have an effect on your control system in your business. So I think with that, is there any questions?
Thank you, Jonathan. Please join me in a warm applause. And we have one question. Adam, please. You have the mic.
Johnny, what I'm particularly interested in are the vulnerabilities. And I thought where you were going to go was you were going to actually give us some cyber threat vulnerabilities and scenarios, because I think that's what we need. We need more of those which will actually help boards understand what can go wrong. And I'm wondering whether, and I've talked to some of your colleagues actually on as far as offshore is concerned, but I'm wondering whether you have, and you can share, some scenarios for wind, solar and BESS, which are cyber attacks that we could actually, like a playbook. Because as I mentioned yesterday, what I'd really love to do is to do a sort of a CGI of those scenarios. Because I think if you played that to a board, the penny would drop. This is what could happen to your BESS. So I was just wondering, Johnny, have you done any scenarios of cyber attacks on the 3 critical renewable energy technologies?
So it's a great question. Thanks. I have done some scenarios for various CNI sectors. It's not something I can talk about, shall we say, in an open forum. We can run through some offline if it's of interest, but this one, point 7 here. So the reason these kind of scenarios typically aren't shared is because they're guidebooks of how to attack your system. So we can definitely have a conversation separately around that one, but I don't.
Johnny, that's exactly what the national cybersecurity guys have said in the forum that I'm in. We can't talk about it because it'll give them ideas. Well, we've got to find a way through this, because at the moment we can't explain what can go wrong.
Yeah.
We've got to get to the point we can explain it, and we're talking to the nice guys, to protect themselves, but we've got to help them understand what can go wrong. So
absolutely, it happens usually.
There's a middle way in there somewhere.
Absolutely, it usually happens behind a closed door. So we can definitely have the conversation, but it happens behind a closed door usually with the people that need to be aware. So yeah, it's definitely possible to have the conversation, but it's got to be in a closed forum.
Okay, so thank you, Jonathan. Please join me in the final applause. And we are almost on time, so on behalf of time, no closing notes, except to say that in my perspective, it was a great journey. We have 2 days of an excellent conference. We teamworked. We made new networks, or at least we extended our networks to new partners, and we had very good insights that can be quite useful for our next days. So thank you for all, and it was great to meet you. Hope to see you soon. Thank you. Adam, were you saying something?
Remember yesterday I suggested, I threw out the idea, would anyone be interested in actually putting together a white paper about this topic and the things that we've been discussing? Because I get a sense, and this happened last year, we had this amazing debate and it was really, really constructive. And then we all walk away and go, well, that was interesting. And are we actually able to move this forward in any way? And we've got all these brains in the room. To me, it seems that we could actually put a big piece together, which we could use with the powers that be, some government, the regulators. Because it feels to me, this is an urgent issue which we all recognise, and yet, how can we move it forward? Because I'm not sure we've got some great ideas here, but I'm thinking, could we actually put a white paper together which we could use? And to do that, there may be some people who might be interested in contributing to it. It's just a thought.
Okay, 1 or 2, it's a great idea. So Adam volunteered himself to lead this white paper. And do we have any volunteers in the audience? Sure.
You can contact me, it's fine. You don't have to put your hand up now, but I mean, it's just some of the people who have been talking. I thought that would be amazing to get some of that and pull it together into something powerful.
Okay, so Adam asks for volunteers. 1 page of a white paper on the main takeaways of this conference, or 2 pages, I would say.
I mean, I'd be happy to, coordinate it. But
Okay.
I'm thinking, you know, if you're interested, you could talk and I'll take notes, sort of thing. You know, so to make it as easy as possible. But it just seems that we've got, you know, like Richard, you know, some of the stuff you were talking about. And there's some really powerful stuff there, which I think if we got it into a space of probably 2 or 3 pages, that could become something which we collectively could, you know, use, and you could individually use it with your stakeholders. I don't
Okay.
know, but it feels like we've got an urgent issue here, and can we help
Okay.
solve the problem?
So we have the challenge. Let's see how it goes. And next year, besides whatever was done, we can make a proper balance on the proactiveness of this group. So once again, thank you all. It was a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, Aurelio, and thanks everyone for participating in the discussion today. Thank you for great ideas. I just want to ask you to please fill in the evaluation forms and hand it over to my colleague in front of the room. Thank you for being here, and hopefully see you at our next event.